Welcome back. Nice. How fast can you say welcome back? Turn into one syllable. Welcome back. Hi. Case 35. We're gonna start up the DLC case 6. We're doing it. We're finally here. I don't know if we're at the finish line yet, but it's in sight and it feels good. How you doing? Hope you're good. Happy Friday night. Happy Friday day. Happy time zone. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Do I like clocks? You know, I do remember, I want to say it was like first grade, learning how to tell time on an analog clock and being so excited, feeling like this whole world was unlocked to me now, that I just had access to this abundance of information. I was excited to share it with the world. And now, a humble couple of decades later, more than a couple, clocks suck. They're bad. It's really bad out here. Unclocked to you. Yeah, it's been unclocked. I got my clock cleaned, and now I'm done with clocks forever. No more. I don't know. It's whatever it is. Whatever, it's gonna be fun, right? It's gonna be good. Listen, if it's completely has nothing to do with the rest of the story, I think we earned that. We'll see. If they bring up well, this is tied to the ramifications of the DCA, or if it's just like a interim. Meanwhile, I mean, if it was a meanwhile, people probably would tell me to play it during the game. People told me to wait till the end, so we'll see. 3DS exclusive? No. What these? They didn't port it to the PC version? That sucks. We need to bring back sundials. Yeah, I agree. I think sundials are probably the best way. I want to bring back kind of staring up at the sun and be like, it's like 10-ish, give or take. Case 3, am I right? Am I right? Just early to my 4 p.m. stream. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. We're gonna get going. I did want to very briefly, before I rant about it for 30 hours, mention I did play a bit of the Monster Hunter Wilds beta last night after stream, which is live for the next couple of days, and they're doing another couple of days, like next week or something. I'll save it until I'm streaming the full release to actually delve into it. But I'm glad I played the beta, because it answered some questions for me that have been kind of like on my brain. And I haven't really been watching a lot of the like the trailers and dev diaries and stuff like that. I've just kind of like dabbled a little bit. I did make Hot Old Man. I mentioned last stream, I was like, I don't know if I want to try to re-roll my same Hunter from World and Rise. And I spent a little bit fiddling with it, and I couldn't quite get there. I think because of the more generally realistic kind of angle. Also, I think I bumped my webcam. I look like I'm really small. Hold on. But I think something about the art style in Wilds made it like really impossible to capture the same vibe. It's such a simple vibe. It's just like girl. But I don't know. I was just like, I'm not really. I don't know. Let me mess with the guy sliders, and I hit the old man with Yowie slider, and I went, yep, this is the way. This is it. Let me find a screenshot of him that I took. Hold on. I was yelling about it with some friends. Meh. Well, where is he? Well, let me get a good one. I've got a couple shitty ones that don't really show him well. Oh, here we go. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, there he is. So this is probably what I'm going to be rocking once the full game comes out. It was just the moment he's got a pompadour and a mustache and some stubble. And then I put the quote-unquote female top on him, and I was like, this is it. This is Monster Hunter Wilds to me now. And this music is perfect. So dramatic. Oh my god. I made Colonel Mustard. I mean, not intentionally. Yeah, you can see the pompadour. So this felt very encouraging. So, anyway. Yeah. I am excited to play more. I'm probably not going to play much more of the beta, because I'm just going to kind of spoil myself on it. It wasn't all positive. There were a lot of things in the beta that, like performance-wise, it actually read really well on my computer, because, again, I'm throwing a sledgehammer at it with a pretty beefy rig. But it was more like the actual design and content of the game. I'm just like, ugh. I don't know. It does have quests and stuff, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but my concern was that the game would just feel like a big expedition, Which expeditions were always like, in the old games, I would go on an expedition and be like, I need blue mushrooms because I'm running out of potions. And then in something like Rise, they had a little more value. Because you could, there was like hidden things you could find. You could find spots to like, for like fast travel camps and stuff like that. You would get quests for them. So they made it a little bit more intertwined while still feeling like a separate thing. Which I really liked Rise's balance. And Wilds is much more like, you are just in an open world map. Everything is in that map, including like the quote unquote town and stuff. UFO 50. Oh, no, what I didn't like. Yeah, so it's like the I didn't play enough of it. So I that's why I'm like, I'm reserving my judgment. But I'm just like, no, it actually all is just in the same world. And at any time, you can kind of just be like, I feel like doing a quest. And maybe I'll end up falling in love with that structure. Right now, I'm like, it feels a little too loosey-goosey, but I'll see how it feels once I'm actually like in it for real. The other thing, the main thing that's actually like objectively annoying to me and I don't like, and I don't, maybe there's an option. I didn't delve too deep in the options. The scout fly spam is so obnoxious. Every 2 steps you take, there's like sound effects and particles of green things flying around and lighting up things in the environment. And it is so much. It is so much. It's just like, look at all these things you could find. And it's like, I don't remember it being that bad in World, and in Rise, things would just sort of highlight with a shader when you were nearby without like all of this feedback to be like, there's things you can pick up. It was just like, I'm overwhelmed. And also because it's a very, the art style is more realistic. It's not realistic, but it's, you know, a heightened realism, which I also have feelings about. But it means there's more noise in the image. Things don't pop out. So they lean more on things being highlighted, but it's just, I hope you can turn it down in the full release, or maybe in the beta, and I just haven't messed with the settings because it's so distracting. And then also with the aesthetic, the environments seem pretty good, and maybe a step in the right direction for me from World, but holy shit, is it a very brown and beige game? It feels like we're back in the early 2000s again, boys, or late 2000s, early 2010s. It's I went back and looked at some of my old streams of Rise, and it felt like drinking a cool glass of water after playing like 2 hours of Wilds. And I'm like, maybe it'll grow on me. I'm trying to not just be like, that's why I'm like, this is initial impressions once I play the full game and really just spend some time in there and just get used to its systems, the changes. So far, I do like the changes a lot to the gameplay. There's some little quibbles where it's like the way the Sacred works, the little bird mount. I kind of prefer the Palamute style. I'll get into that when I stream it and see how it goes more. But, yeah. Recession game aesthetics. That's the brutal way to put it. I don't have a hat in this ring at all. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You better believe I'll be streaming it once it's out. So if you are unfamiliar, we can hop in and yell about it. But yeah, I mostly was sticking to Hunting Horn for the beta. And the changes they made to it seem largely all excellent. I'll get into it more once I'm streaming it. Again, I didn't want to just sit here and talk about Monster Hunter for 30 hours. I want to play the video game that we're gonna play today. But yeah, they've for the first time ever actually turned the Hunting Horn into a rhythm weapon, optionally, but optionally during certain moves. If you tap notes to the beat, you can perform extra notes and sometimes do more damage. And that's the coolest thing ever. I love it. It's not quite Hi-Fi Rush. It's not like from one attack to another, but it's like if you do this big Hunga Bunga attack where you slam it down and do a bunch of stuff, there'll be like several different points of it where you can hit the button. And more frequently than that. So for one, it's the old style. It's not like Rise, which I liked Rise's style, but it did dumb it down a little bit too much. But this one, you actually are playing different notes with different orders in order to play different songs. And the way that it's worked, since Try, when I started playing Monster Hunter, is you play a song and that gives you the effect. And anyone near you gives you the effect. If you play it a second time or do an encore, it gives you a boosted effect. I thought I was just playing Monster Hunter for a second. I got confused. So, for example, the horn might have attack up small. So it'll give you a tiny little attack boost, but then you can play an encore, which is a different input. Usually it's like the R button to whatever. Doesn't matter. And then the encore would give you like attack up large. So it's just an enhanced version of the effect and usually lasts longer because the songs wear off over time. So that's how it worked. Is you play the song and then like hit another button at the end of the performance to slam it over and then do it again. In Wilds, there's actually a rhythm component. You can just do it again and it'll slam the thing. But if you hit it on the beat, of just that one little song. It's not like there's a song playing in the background you have to match or anything, but you just play it and you can sort of match the animation. I learned it very, very quickly. The weapon flashes red instead of white, and you do more damage with the little bonk. And it's just like, in hindsight, it feels like, why did it take them so long to try this? It seems like such an obvious idea for the musical weapon to have a sense of rhythm. Not a really difficult one, but it might be time for that. I love that video. So yeah, anyway, it is, I mean, I love hunting horn. It's been my main, ever since Try, when I went, that one looks like a bagpipe, that's funny to me. And then I actually fell in love with the weapon. For my second, because you can bring 2 weapons with you on hunts now, which is awesome. I'm probably going to be messing with Charge Blade, because I picked that up towards the tail end of Sunbreak, just because I was wanting to try something new. It's not like I didn't like hunting horn, it's just after hundreds of hours, I'm like, I think I'm ready to learn a new weapon. I did that with Gun Lance in World and Iceborne, and Gun Lance was fun, but it didn't quite click for me. But, yeah, double greatsword, exactly. People are like, ooh, mix and match? No. I'm bringing 4 blades. Quadro blade. And I'm probably gonna mess with Charge Blade more, because I picked it up at the end of Sunbreak, and it is a very fun weapon. It breaks my brain, so it's a good time. But, okay, yeah. Hunting Horn and Hammer. All bonks, baby. All the time. How's it? It's good. Anyway, I'll keep it there, but you better believe I'll be streaming a lot of it and yelling about it when I pick it up in a few weeks, end of the month. It's coming up. But I hate riding weapons. Give me big sword. But you'll be happy to know that they give you the sword by default, the great sword. And I was like, get this shit out of here. Like, that was one of the screenshots I showed. Was actually a cutscene where they're like, here's your weapon. And I'm like hell it is. Get this shit out of here. This over here. Get this out. This man is never touching a greatsword again, if I have anything to say about it. How dare you? How dare you put that in his hands? That is a man born to do. By golly. Don't tell Dad. No, I love the different weapons. And it seems like every weapon, like every Monster Hunter generation, has different quirks and mechanics. I do already miss the wire bugs, though. I know they made me soft, they made me weak, but whenever I get hit by a monster, I'm just laying on the ground. I'm like, oh yeah, this is what used to happen. Whereas in Rise, you get hit and you just go whoop, and you just Spider-Man away and recover instantly. Just stay in the fight. This is like, oh right, I need to not do that. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss it. I know I am. But listen, Rise and Sunbreaker are still there. I can see myself going back to those if I'm like, you know, I played 400 hours of Wilds. I'm ready to go back to Sunbreak. We'll see. But I just want to do it. No son of mine will do it. He uses crossbows. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, yeah, so the initial... I spent like 3 hours in the beta. I think 2 of that was in the character creation. But the initial impressions are positive for me. As someone who really ultimately fell on the meh side for World, which puts me in an extremely small minority. Like, to be fair, I fully understand I'm in the minority there, but I think at this point I can conclusively determine I prefer the productions of the Generations/Rise team to the World/Wilds team, but that's fine. They're both cooking, and I hope that the Rise Sunbreak team is just given all the time and money that they need to make something rad. Because I'm sure I'm gonna enjoy Wilds. I'm gonna sink hundreds of hours into it, without a doubt. But it'll be whatever the other team is doing. That'll probably be more to my style, but I'm still excited to dive into a new Monster Hunter. It's a good time, and I love the new monsters. They're silly. The actual moment-to-moment gameplay, the hit stop and the monster jiggle. Like when I have a big stupid hunting horn and I bonk him on the head and it locks it in frame, but then the head like responds the part of it that I hit. It's so satisfying. Like the most satisfying moment-to-moment I've ever seen in Monster Hunter. It hits so hard and it feels so good. And landing some of the new attacks and stuff are just very satisfying. So anyway, we're gonna play the DLC case. I'll keep it brief and then I keep talking. But anyway, thanks for letting me ramble. First of all, between streams, Unpleasantness Incarnate dropped 29 months and said, bulb stare. Thank you. I hired this thing to stare at you and it is effective. And Vladicus X, thank you as well. But Frisky Dingus, thanks for 53 months. 50 bar 3. And Kikomana, thanks for a soup. Finally caught up. I have a nice cup of tea and I can enjoy the craziness live. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in live. Playing Green, thanks for 40 months. I started playing Hitman because the Barry streams made it seem so fun. Spoilers, piles are so much fun. I mean, I'm not going to deny the pleasures to be found in a humble pile. But it's never my goal. The number of times I mean, I'm just because I'm not streaming Hitman doesn't mean I'm not playing it. It's often my I want to, you know, turn off my brain and play something for a couple hours before bed, I'll boot up Hitman and do some Freelancer. And it's very funny how often piles happen. When I'm streaming, I'm kind of actively resisting the temptation to pile, but it's always there. And then I'll be playing on my own, and it'll be like, here's this one target you've never had to target before, which is what I love about Freelancer, and they're in an extremely awkward place, and I have an optional objective that would, like Silent Assassins. I can't just drop a duck at their feet and run away. I could, but I'm trying to go for these optional objectives because I prestiged and I need the money to buy new weapons. So it's like, okay, time to lure people one by one for 20 minutes into this corner and make a pile, and then I can grab the one guy. It's good. It's good. Snuck around Dartmoor, knocking everyone out and stuffing them all in the closet without being seen. It's very satisfying. The Sound Assassin playstyle is often the most satisfying for me. And then when you fuck it up, you just have to improvise, and that's fun. And that's what I love about Freelancer, is because Freelancer is the anti-Silent Assassin. When you're given an optional objective to go for Silent Assassin that you pick, it's like, oh shit, this sucks. This target is not really, does not lend themselves to Silent Assassin. And so you have to pile. You have to pile. I was gonna say you have to improvise. You pile, but you deny your weapon its purpose. I prestiged the game with so much stuff. I've prestiged 7 times now. The tracked objectives go up to 10 prestiges, which is getting every weapon in your little hideout and then resetting them all. And you get like a bonus to XP, I think, but I've already hit mastery level 100, so it doesn't matter. It's just kind of, it's the button there, and also it's satisfying to build up the collection. It's an interesting meta game to play as you're going through the Freelancer missions, to be like, okay, I need to get out with as many weapons as I can as well. And people have made guides online of like, here's all the free weapons that are in different maps and stuff. So it makes a fun little game. Once you have all the weapons, it's not bad, but it's kind of fun. But anyway, English Court Suite, my beloved. It's good. It's good. This is Logic and Trick. Blooper Duper. Thanks for 69 bits. Case 5, am I right? I swear to God, if I boot up this case and I see Dirk's face, we're just gonna alt F4 and play UFO 50. Mr. Max M, thanks for 20 months. I stare at the sun for life advice. Does it ever say anything back to you? Or you're just like, "Argh." After thinking on it, says Azul Nagia, I think what you said about Franziska in comparison to Nayuta is fair, though I do think Franziska has a leg up, since she at least gets to show acts of contrition after her turn, while Nayuta doesn't, which is particularly weird when all the people he bullied were in the main cast and actually in Korean at the end of the game. They had an opportunity with Nayuta there at the end in the epilogue when he's in court with Apollo to show more growth. Well, I guess my Latent versus Ace Attorney, it switched over to F-Zero. Anyway, flashback where he loses. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be contrarian for the sake of it. I hope anyone that's watching me for a bit knows that's not my style. I just think, A, the Nayuta hate is overblown, and I think B, my impression is that a lot of people look at prosecutors in hindsight when I'm trying to build up my opinion of them in real time, obviously, as you do. And I think it's given me an interesting perspective, having seen people be like, oh my God, it's Baby Girl. And I'm like, she is whipping me and the judge literally, and she sucks. And then like dozens of hours later going, okay, she's redeemable, I guess. But that doesn't change my initial impressions, you know? It just makes him more nuanced, and it's interesting. I like a nuanced character. And Nayuta is kind of less nuanced than a lot of the other prosecutors, and I'll absolutely give you that. I'm not saying Nayuta is my favorite, but I do think he's kind of over-hated, but also he's in the 6th game in the series as a new prosecutor. Like, that's tough. Every new prosecutor is tough. So they did not give him much of an off-court personality. Yeah, they could have, and they give you a little bit of that in the final case. They start to get into that more. But in some ways, it's a little bit too little too late. They could have built that up more. But also, they wanted to keep the reveals about him and Rafa and his motivations. They wanted to keep that to the end of the game. So that they kind of tied their own hands there, where to give him more of an arc starting earlier, you would have to move those reveals to earlier in the game. But those were meant to be some of the big twists at the end. So it's kind of a tricky thing. I think it's just, yeah. Also, yeah, Franziska's had opportunities to return after the game she was introduced in, which Nayuta obviously have not had. If he showed up in a newer game and he was, you know, the same guy, but you saw a little bit of growth in him, a little bit of maturation, you'd be like, oh, that might endear him. I don't know. I'm not trying to convince anyone that Nayuta's great. Just, the impression I get is that he's overhated. Considering the amount of people that have been like, fuck this guy, when it's like, he hits me the same way almost every prosecutor hits me on first impression, which is I don't like him. So, to single him out seems very strange to me. But anyway, it's fine. My fave moments from the Apollo trilogy? Oh, I can't just get into all that, but, I mean, recency bias being a thing, there were some very fun moments yesterday in Case 5. Case 5 was a gauntlet, and it felt exhausting, but some of those reveals, some of those moments were very, very strong. So, that is Monontalk! Yeah. I tried to keep it brief, only like 10, 15 minutes. I'll yell more about Monster Hunter once I'm streaming the full game. But I'm excited to play more. I have issues, but I'm excited to play more. That's the main, the headline would be streamer hates Monster Hunter. The headline should be I'm excited to play more of it. I'm gonna put in my stupid pre-order and give them $1 billion, and I'm mad about it, how expensive games are, but it's a game I'm gonna play a lot of, so it's fine. Should I pin it? Nah. Side effect of wanting to save all the big things for the very end on multiple levels of the writing. So Nayuta feels very, I don't know, like he's very purely antagonistic right to the end, in a really intriguing way. I guess that's part of it. There's different levels of antagonism and different ways they can needle you. And the ways in which he was antagonistic wasn't anything particularly new. Which is not necessarily fair, but in terms of his tone and his demeanor being a little bit more stoic and him being presented as more of a holy man, but also sending you to hell and to be reincarnated as a slime. I think it was a fine shtick, but then they kind of didn't have much else to do with him for most of it. He just kind of, like a lot of prosecutors, he stands in your way. His point is to be like, actually, you forgot about this, or you have to prove this thing that's really annoying and inconvenient to prove, which is true of a lot of prosecutors. So it's not like the things they did unique with him, I don't think made him stand out enough. But also, they could have gone complete wacky pants with it, and I like that they didn't. I don't want a literal clown on the other side. Like, the prosecutor has to seem competent, and most of the time that's the case. Some of them with Clavier, I'm like, I do not genuinely believe this man's a prosecutor, but I love him, so I don't really mind. That's fine. Anyway, we got our clown. We already got our clown. It's right here. It's me. Anyway, let's, also, Oswald, thank you for the bits. Unless negative note, if Paul's the only attorney Korean, how many times a day do you think he has to endure his older brother throwing his prayer beads at him? Constantly. He's a good prosecutor, though. I mean, the game told me and showed me, but I didn't believe it. I was like, there's no way. There's no way this man is competent in these ways that they're telling me and showing me he is. I don't know. That's my own biases, I suppose. It's fine. Wasn't Godot wacky and instantly endearing? Godot was the most. I think Godot is, in terms of how much I immediately adore this prosecutor, Godot is at the top of the tier list. And then Clavier is a rung beneath him. And then almost everyone else is like bottom of the list. And yes, that includes Franziska, that includes Edgeworth, that includes a lot of them. Winston. Like, most prosecutors, my initial impression is this person sucks. Leave me alone. I'm trying to do my job. That's where they start. Where they go is a different track over time. But you could say I was waiting for Godot. Godot is just the best. He's just so good. He's so good. I like Edgeworth now. Yes, but I spent almost the entire game going, fuck this guy. But not in the way you're saying. Not in the way that chat is saying. In the way that I... Anyway, should we? Where's my buttons? There's my buttons. Leighton goes S tier for sure. Yeah, Leighton going against Leighton in court was like when it feels like the prosecutor's on our side. It's like he just wants the truth. And even if that means being an asshole and standing in our way, it's not for a higher motivation. It's just because this will get us to the truth and display it in a way that everyone will find incontrovertible. That's what's satisfying about some of those matchups. Is when it's like, yeah, you're being an asshole and you're making me prove things that are really annoying and difficult, but if I prove it, now there's no wiggling out of that. That's a closed box. for the truth. Bottom and Dark Claw were forgettable. Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit, but that's okay. A crossover, it should not... I don't want a crossover to a crossover supporting cast to outshine the crossover. I want there to be good interactions between Maya and Luke and Apollo and Leighton. Like I want that more than I want this fascinating cast of new characters I'll never see again. You know what I mean? So the Dark Claw, the Clone. I mean, they were fun. They satisfied their positions well. I like what Leighton turned into a gold statue and Luke turned against us. Yeah. Leighton turning into a gold statue was like peak. Like, magic is real. How could you answer this riddle logically? And then he's like, allow me to explain. And I'm like, I disagree. I'm mad about every part of this. It's good. The good old leadpipe.wav will never leave us. Anyway, let's do the video game. I wish I could have channeled Dirk one last time. I'm still kind of surprised that we didn't get a Jove channeling. Even though it wouldn't... the only reason it would have made sense, and it would have just prolonged the case even more, the only way it would have made sense is if we did the divination seance, and then we were still missing some key piece of the puzzle. And then we needed his testimony. But Apollo could never talk to his parents. And every other guy, no, but I don't know. He didn't really have any kind of a strong reaction, and it would have been... It's like we already went through it with Rafa. I'm not expecting it to just be... play the hits again. But Apollo was very quick to be like, let's see Joe's final moments. Oh, that's me as a baby. Moving on. He didn't really have a moment of like, this is extremely distressing. Like, I feel like that could have humanized them a little bit in that moment, but... And Phoenix, well, they implied that he did after the events of the game. They implied that Lammerauer and Phoenix agreed to tell them. We just don't get to see that conversation, which I'm okay with. At least they brought it back. If they didn't even have that conversation, I would be mad. I would be sitting your arms crossed going, no. They acknowledged it, and it's left up to our imaginations about how it went from there. And I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that even. That's probably more satisfying than actually having a scene where they're like, wow, oh my gosh, and then it plays the happy music. I'm fine with it being in my brain. I'm okay with that. I don't need to literally see it. They acknowledged it, and that's enough for me. So, I'm good. I'm mad about it. You're fine. You're allowed to be mad about it. What was that there? Also, thanks for a bit. I can't believe we found out that Jove died thinking Apollo was cooked to death in a fire and we just never channeled to let him know that wasn't the... That's also true. Just, hey, just so your soul can rest, even though you'll think no time has passed. Just know that everything's chill. Everything's good. Am I Francisco never give Maya's drawing on the D-Killer card to Phoenix? No. I don't remember that. Anyway, I'm gonna get to it. Post-trial wrap-up? Is this gonna put me in? Is this gonna put me in, or is this, like, actually... Because it didn't save after I finished the game, right? Yeah, no, okay. So we back to menu. Don't save. Don't save. It's fine. Alright, we'll just have to start the case manually. Because it just dropped us into the menu afterwards anyway. Okay, SP. Everyone get your Game Boy Advance SPs out. I never had one. I got a regular wide boy Game Boy, which I adored and I had a lot of fun with. But man, once the SP came out, so my friends had it, I was like, what do you mean you have a light built into the screen? That's amazing. Oh boy. Right, the other question. I saw the name of the case and I'm upset. The other question was, right when I was starting stream, someone said, hey, by the way, it's sometimes recommended for streamers, Let's Players, to skip the opening cutscene for a reveal that happens like 3 or 4 minutes into the case. Don't skip it, there's no point. I was gonna see if chat had any strong feelings one way or the other, just because I did see that, and I'm like, I don't know. If it's revealed really early in the case, we might as well watch the fancy cutscene. No one can stop me, no. I don't remember this case. Just play it. I'll just play it. But I guess it's fine. Let's go. Put me in. They intended me to watch it. Well, the devs can be wrong. Turnabout time traveler. What do you mean? Is this just Unwound Future? Ooh, blimp.
I'm not completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back to that blissful moment.
It's almost time for the reception, milady.
It actually really worked.
Okay, yeah, that was, that was, a lot. I don't know what's more upsetting, that time travel either is real or we have to prove that's not what just happened, or that Larry's involved. It's September 21st, 10:13 a.m. Let me make sure I've got this straight. When your magic panties appear... Wow, this is... Here, we'll just get this out of the way early, chat. This is where we're at right now. This is where I'm at emotionally. We're 2 seconds in. I do a backflip into a handstand, then blow out the candle. No, Athena, you got it all wrong. That's a little loud. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can. I believe in you, Athena. Trucy, what are you and Athena up to? Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's human cannibal this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know. You've made your bet, Athena, now you got to lie in it. No, I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already. My soul is crumbly dust. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office. Oh, man. Imagine this being your first experience with the series. And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here, huh? Haha, you got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter and a magician. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer of the Wright Anything Agency. Or rather, the rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean. If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm gonna forget everything I ever learned. It's like riding a bike in your knowledge of the law. I'm back to the day you start playing the case. It worked. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't had exactly any clients lately, have we? Business is as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you played the piano. Ugh. Yo, long time no see. Larry? I do like the jacket. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? Ooh, how much time you got? This is Larry Butts. No, it's Larry Dunham. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. I thought it'd be a fun surprise. Oh, just for Larry to just show up at the door? Yeah, no, but seeing him flash in a frame in the cutscene was also, I think, a fun way to flashbang you with Larry. Let's not say he's an old friend of mine. Let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. He's like less chaotic dad. I know, having dealt with dads for several cases, it feels like... It's okay. He'll remind me why he sucks. You can come in now. All right. She's still dressed like that? How do you do? Hi. That dress, is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Pay for a second animation break. Yeah, Sprocket, as in Sprocket Aviation. Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright, Sprocket Aviation's a really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. But what is the Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So actually, we've decided to get married. Glad the music cut out for that. You what? I'm not so young anymore, you know. I figured it's time to finally settle down. I hate that face on Larry. Don't give me the fucking DreamWorks smirk. What? You're getting married. No way. I don't believe it. Besides. How old is Larry? I don't know. Post-time skip? Who could fucking say? Why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? You're kidding, right? Jealous? I don't blame you, but green's really not your color, you know. All right, Larry, just lay it on me. My badge. What are you showing me your attorney's badge for? Wait, are you saying you want me to take up your badge and hit the courtroom? Absolutely not. With you as the defense, you're liable to bring the whole courthouse down, literally. All I want is one chance to defend somebody in court. Objection! Ugh, the smug fucker. How was that? Pretty good, huh? Yeah, it was pretty good. Ready to let me borrow your badge now? The sleeve? You saw how awesome I am at pointing, right? I'm starting to think I'm a natural. I'm not lending you my badge, and that's final. Besides, pointing isn't all that a lawyer does. Isn't it? Oh, pretty please, what do you got to lose? My reputation, for one. I never should have shown my badge. Charlie! 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 Charlie looks as lush and green as ever. Thanks to Athena taking such good care of him. I guess I should pitch in every once in a while too, huh? Charlie! My goat! I bet we're the only office in existence that uses magic props as furniture. At this rate, Trucy's props are gonna wind up taking over the whole office. That ship sailed a long time ago. We're already halfway there. Yeah, that's been the case. For a long time. In general, a lot of the animations from the old games were translated really, really well into 3D. Some of the best I've seen. And it helps that they have a fixed camera angle to work with. Like they can just match it to, but even still, that's still difficult. I haven't played this old thing in a long time. Not that I could ever play it to begin with. And considering all the complaints I'd get, I guess I better just continue to not play it. This song is so stupid. Maybe I should tidy this place up every once in a while. Still, I bet we're gonna use all this stuff sometime soon again anyway. So it's probably better just to leave things where they are. That's like me not putting my stuff away. Much to the chagrin of Bath. I'm like, but I'm just gonna need it tomorrow, you know? Like my hovering plate of spaghetti. You never know when you need it. You want it in eyeline at all the times. So you know where it is when you need it. Apollo's jacket, Athena's notes, and Trucy's magic props. Not that he left his jacket? Not that I'm complaining, it's nice to know my friends and family are always close by. How much do you use your hovering plate of spaghetti? It's not how much, it's when I need it, I need to know where it is. You know, obviously. I gotta have my magic spaghetti. He never wore it. The song's going, I'm Larry Butts. I'm Larry Butts. Larry Butts. This office might look messy, but at least I keep all my clients' personal info safe under lock and key. That's what a successful man does, right? Put his efforts where they count. I mean, that's the bare minimum. At least he's doing that. Okay. Watch it be insanely important. The opening cutscene is just gonna be a slow zoom in on the floating spaghetti. In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like love on the run, I guess you could say. So why are you at a law office? What's happening? Isn't that right, Ellie? Is that not right? What has Larry done? Larry? Her, I don't know what the word for it is. Her, like, hair ornamentation veil thing up on top. It just looks like a lot of those warmed up towels, like rolled up. Like nice steamed hot rolls, and you can get your hands nice and toasty.
I am not having a single thought.
Thank you.
I am not having a single thought. Hey, yo, I just
A hair cravat.
I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm not having a single thought.
It's a hair cravat. Thank you for the Happy 5 Leisure. I forgot there was a DLC case. I was afraid I missed the end of these streams. We're almost done. But you made it. I don't know if this is a 1 or 2 streamer, but we're gonna keep going. I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. Larry. God damn it, dude. She's wearing a wedding dress. And it wasn't for your wedding? And you're like, yeah, we're getting hitched. That's... Dude does not have object permanence. It's just... I see a thing, that's what it is. I'm in love with Soren. Soren, who works for the aviation company. Not you. Say what? That's about what I thought. But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. Dude went into a wedding and tried to pick up the bride. Yep, no, that does check out. Ooh, this is not happening. I even shook off the police for you, and for what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yeah, we had to, because we're lovers on the lam. Sorry, Miss Wyatt. Can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Did you time heist someone's life? Murder, they think you killed somebody. I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell onto me. They had me confined in a separate room, and that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Best possible thing for Phoenix to say there. Oh, Nick, me and Ellie were going to elope. We were going to put it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake them off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from the police. A photo of the suspect wearing her wedding dress, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. I guess that was her police mugshot, and she has not changed in all this. Okay. Sources say that the 21-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim. They just went to the club. She clubbed him on the head, and then he went. 25-year-old Dumas Gloomsbury to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. Dumbass Gloomsbury! The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them, you've got to be kidding me. She murdered a man. As opposed to? Is there another option? Oh, brother! I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Allegedly! Oh, Nick, what's a guy to do? That dude's 25? Is he? Ellie's dumped me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. That's a rough 25. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You've really got to stop living under a rock and get out more. I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business. Loris Donem. Oh, God. Picture book author, you say? Thank you for the bits. I can't believe you didn't know what I'm talking about. You didn't know I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Frainsy's Whippity Whip Trip, right? Now that you mention it, I think I did hear something about a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know Johnny just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. Okay. My Monster Hunter Rise character is Larry with a fake mustache. I need to delete my Monster Hunter Wilds character and start over. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. Ah, fuck, I got by his own creation. You know what? When I was looking at the jacket, I was just focusing on the hearts. And it kind of reminded me of the Mario 2 turnips, and that's as far as it went. I didn't notice in the background there's like an angelic Peppa Pig situation going on. What's that about? What, that heart-shaped pork chop? Pork chop sandwiches? He's the main character in my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows of amore. Chew Piglet. I despise everything that Larry stands for, but I gotta give him this one. I gotta give that to him. Cute Piglet's pretty good. And you can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Cute Piglet's Lovey-Dovey Lark. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores now or ever. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor, buy a copy or 10, will you? I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anyway, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? If this case involves another crayon drawing by Larry, I swear to God, please, I'm begging you, I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. No Cyclops. I guess that means she's telling the truth. Helping a fugitive on the run? What am I getting myself into? Drawing of an airplane. Of a blimp. There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. You might find this hard to believe, but... Here it comes. The truth is... Yes? I'm a time traveler. Okay. I'm not sure I follow. I'm also a time traveler. I'm always heading forward in time at 1 second per second. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. I'm so tired, boss. But then, in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck, and I went back in time to just before the reception started. She's from future London. Yeah. Only this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now wait just a minute. I don't understand. Are you saying that... What's going on? Mr. Wright, there's police cars outside. And not just one or two, but a whole bunch. I'm honestly shocked that that sound effect hasn't been used more in this franchise. Daddy, a whole squad of officers has the building surrounded. This is the police. There is no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Ooh, Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3. Why are you counting them? 44, 45. I'll talk about overkill. Cheese it! Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Think about their smiling faces and their warm, home-cooked meals. This guy's good. Who in the heck are you? A detective? Now hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait. Did you ever finish the Stars of Time? No, I never did. I did want to, though. Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? Yeah, ma. Yeah, ma. Sorry for all the commotion. So what in the world's going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who'd hold himself up in here. You can't say Butts and hole in the same sentence, Emma. With the murder suspect after he made off with her. And the fleet of patrol cars, the police are being extra careful. Because apparently a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb." I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police were being so persistent, I had to do something. So I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. So if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. The world can't handle 3D Gumshoe. I miss him. I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick, we gotta get down to the detention center right away. Listen, Larry, I haven't even decided whether I'm gonna take on this case or not. But I know you will, because it's you. Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help, then. Well, and skip out on me. We've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh? You better stay in practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise, after all. The flimsiest ass reason. That's cold, boss. You gotta get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. No! Stop, I'm begging you. Bye. She's getting away! You get back here, Athena! I don't think it's a good idea to go running out of the office when we're surrounded by police. But, you know, she'll be fine. Ha ha ha. I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess we better get to the detention center and ask Miss Wyatt some questions. Especially about that whole time-traveling business she was talking about. Baby. Say, Charlie! Make sure I didn't miss anything. Spaghetti! Yeah. Oh no, I really feel... How do I feel, Kelly? Tell me how I feel. I think that this gives me grounds to sue you for slander. I believe that this this is a crime you've committed against my personage. Or is this is libel? Is a gift considered written word? Has that been established in a court of law? Thank you for your contribution to my dwindling sanity, Kelly. All right, let's go. Parody is fair use. That ain't parody. It's an attack on my reputation. Laws don't matter anymore, silly. It's so nice to see this detention center after seeing the Crane one for so long. It's like, whoa, there's no bars in the way. I can look at them. It's crazy. It's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I ask you a few questions? Nick is gonna defend you, Ellie. Isn't that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. Thank you, Flutter Ninja. What? Oh, no. Oh. You're not going to take my case? Why didn't she have a frying pan on her? Oh, shit. That's not what I was expecting her to do with it, but that's even better. I'm never gonna be happy. Oh. Miss Wyatt, what the? Did I do something wrong? Wait. Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you. But the police won't believe me, and neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell. All right, I'll do it. I'll take your case. Just please stop crying and banging pots and pans. Really? You will? The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me. Oh, thank you. Oh. Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? I guess not, eh? Nice. Hey, I've had that bit. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this together. Please. Thank you, Mr. Wright. There, it's gonna be okay. Now, try to pull yourself together. All right, just give me a moment. And take your time. Oh, she's fine. Excellent. I'm truly grateful for you for taking on my defense, Mr. Wright. Sure. No problem. She literally pulled herself together. How did she fix her hair? She's good. What can you tell me about this? Oh, never mind that. What about Soren? Oh, Soren. Do you suppose he hates me now? I really couldn't say. What if... yeah, no, she's good. Isn't Soren dead? Is he the one that's dead? I don't remember. I've been hit on the head too many times in this case so far. What if he doesn't love me anymore because of all this? No, I thought the one that's dead is the guy that was attacking her. Dumbass. Dumbass Gloomsbury. Yeah, Dumas. Good time zone. And I guess Soren's the one that he was the groom. What if he doesn't love me anymore? Whatever shall I? Also, if she is a maid, and if Soren, based solely off his name being Soren, is part of the Sprocket family, because they're in aviation and his name is fucking Soren, then, yeah, no, then, She's gonna start crying again. I really don't think he hates you, Ellen. You don't? Really? Yes, really. Probably. So don't cry. You'll only cause him more heartache if you do. Yes, you're right. As a Sprocket bride, I have to hold my head up high at all times. I better really watch what I say around Ellen. Classic Janet Shue, yeah. Whatever the original script was. Well, see you later. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident. All right. It happened after the wedding reception. So she's not even a bride-to-be. She literally was married. And then Larry was like, let's elope, toots. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Wasn't Gloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. Yeah, Nick. Listen up first. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep! That's rich coming from you? Do you have any idea why he'd attack you? No, but what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Geez, jealous much? What a loser. Larry, please. Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck, which was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant. It's got a Triforce in it. That pendant? Yes, it was a gift from my husband-to-be, Soren. He said it's a symbol of our love. And so he made a wish on it. Now, you may think what I'm about to say is very strange, but... Didn't Dumas say something about, like, why don't you use that time machine that you love so much? Something like that. I begged the pendant take me back to that blissful moment. Bum bum. And you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. Somehow. Maybe there was a second airship underneath that airship that's taking place in a different timeline. He said to throw it over with her. So that's the whole time traveling thing you mentioned back in my office. Sorry, but I have to say, it's pretty unbelievable. Unbelievable! Yes. By definition. Don't cry. I knew you'd never believe me. Nick. Ellie here's an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Stop pointing at me. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. Haha, sure, Larry, sure. But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren made. I begged it for help and it really did send me back in time. Is she listening to herself? Stop it. I even experienced the reception again, even though we'd already held it once before. And during it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for murder? After the reception ended, the second reception I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself. Hold on. Cleaning? Why are you cleaning on your own wedding day? For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern. Inside the lantern? So you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right? That's right, I just came across it by accident, but I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I'd killed him. So this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time. A time machine and a magic pendant. How can any of this be possible? I hope the truth of the matter is that time travel is real, and it's powered by love. I hope that's the stakes of the case they're working on. Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about the other thing too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. Oh, Heartless too? Good. Oh, good. Mm-hmm. Yes, good idea, Larry. She's good. Tell me about the wedding. Spirit channeling's real, why not time travel? So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? That's right. We've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, well, yeah, how can you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling you. We're meant to be together. I mean, again, Ace Attorney and Professor Layton took place in the same universe, and in Professor Layton, time travel is both fake and real. So we don't know what's the case. It's Schrodinger's time travel. It could be real or it could be fake. We don't know. You're wrong, Larry. I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the goatee of my chin. Larry, don't make me send you to timeout. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What's he like? His name is Soren Sprocket. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny. I can words. Did you say Soren Sprocket as in? That's right, the next president of Sprocket Aviation. He's in line to take over the company? He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice, clearly. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Ellie, you're breaking my achy, breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh? I can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren. Tell me about the Heartless you saw. So what's the shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was when Mr. Gloomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Gloomsbury from behind. I got a bad feeling about Soren. Yeah, me too. Based off of very little, just he's probably using her for some reason. You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Do you see who it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anyone else about this? I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. Can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel. Time travel and Heartless. This is rapidly turning into Kingdom Hearts. Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't. And Larry, were you at this wedding, and if so, why? Ellen's statement added a court record. Saw someone sus. Same as it ever was. All franchises converge at Kingdom Hearts. I guess I've asked all I can for now. Spick and span, spick and span. Ellen, what are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room, now can I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span. Let's hope we can wipe away all suspicion from you soon, then. Nick, we better get to the crime scene right away. What, you're coming too? Of course I am. If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, Ellie might change your mind about me, you know? You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring deck in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. Oh, if we must. Are you sure I can't go grab Athena and Trucy? That'd be so much better. Wow. That's a radical logo. Look at that dog! So this is Sprocket Park, but where's the reception hall? The reception hall? Oh, that's... Wow, looky there! What? What is it? I just spotted me a cute mamacita. Don't wait up, Nick. Hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick, a man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. Don't sniff her? I'm an artist, after all. This is the DLC case. Yep. Okay, goodbye. I thought he was gonna take me to the crime scene. Well, I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he's inevitably rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Good God. Could we put Larry in a blender? No. Wow, that airship is huge. Didn't mean to say that out loud. I've only ever seen airships like this up in the sky. But I've got to say, they're mighty impressive when you see them up close like this. This is a very latent coded case. Wow, that huge airship is more to just this skinny little tower. I know it's tied down and all, but it still looks like a good breeze could send it flying. Dog. Let me interact with dog. What? Is that just all this? Oldish. Wow, this thing's really banged up. You looking at the sign? They say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. I see. The wind caused that? More like a tornado. Thank you, nameless youth. The repair guy was saying, don't touch, it's dangerous. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Poor guy, looks like it's a lot of work. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man. I wasn't on my game today. So now you're done. You mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? What? Right in front of... Wait, what's that say? Flying Chapel? Actually says Flying Chape. Do you mean to tell me? Yep, Ellie's reception was on that airship. A sky-high reception hall. And that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum, too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip, though. Here, check out the airship for yourself with this pamphlet. Thank you for the handy pamphlet. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did. Yep, should be here any minute now. Motorcycle? Not a car? Oh, it is a... That's just a very... That red sports car. Oh. Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. Our mutual old friend. I trust you've been well, right? Oh, what? Surprise! Now admit it, that was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it? Maya, what are you doing here? Larry called me up. What a bait and switch. He said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. Well, shit. I hit a button on my controller and a bunch of Xbox stuff showed up. I was so startled. Who let Maya drive? No, Edgeworth dropped her off. He's sitting there looking out the window, making sure everyone's okay. Like a proud parent. But that's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride. She channeled someone who could? Oh my god, I'm back to life. I can finally take care of all my regrets. Okay, bye. I made it to my stop. Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me. Huh? Nick, what's Larry talking about? He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride, anyway. Wow, poor Larry. That's a new low even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriends never hurt anyone, right? More power to them. This is Maya Fey. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. But now that her training is over, she's back home here in the States. That's right. The new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready. We might not need spirit power, but we're definitely gonna need girl power in this case. Look at you, Maya, all grown up and as cute as ever. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever get married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. Ah! I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. There he is. He did drive her here. Edgeworth! I figured that car belonged to you. The double fake out. Oh, it's not Edgeworth. It is Edgeworth. But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by running to her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car and nearly ran her down. Yeah, checks out. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine and the district's chief prosecutor. Heard he's been busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did. However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? I'm an attorney. There doesn't seem to be any rust on that badge. But can the same be said of its owner? Of course, I'm practically rust-proof. Let's hope you stay that way. Pendant? So the suspect is claiming she made a wish on that pendant and was transported back in time. Yeah. Of all the ridiculous things in the world. And you actually believe this fantastic story of hers? Well, You should drop this case if you can't bring yourself to believe in your own client's words. Not that I can blame you for your skepticism, mind you. I might not have a good answer for him right now, but if I just do my job, I'm sure the truth will make itself known in the end. Right? Probably. Already started your investigation, I see. I suppose I should praise your enthusiasm. You don't need to patronize me, Edgeworth. Just because you're chief prosecutor doesn't make you better than me. Pretty sure it does. My title is my title. But when I see a lawyer from some tiny obscure office hard at work, it's only natural that I should want to do my part to help the socially impoverished. You can help by providing me with some info. Elevator, hall, lift, cabin, hold. Good. Pega cow and Pega bull lanterns. Sweetheart table. Uh-huh. Which goes right onto the Vista deck. You know, does that mean that a Pegasus? It's the Pega version of a sus? Is that what the naming convention means? Love's always in the air on the Flying Chapel, the only wedding venue sure to make your dreams take flight. I have the ceremony out on the Vista deck. Sprocket Aviation's majestic Pega Moo mascots will light up the happy couple from both sides of the sweetheart table. Yeah. Hey, Maria, thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That pony is sus. A peg made this sus? Yeah. Pegamoo. Just so you know, Wright, I am the lead prosecutor on this case. What, you? Yes. Wait, really? It appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated, to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. pressure to settle it amicably, right? What do you mean, settle it amicably? It means they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Wow, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout? Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and judicial worlds, to the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, Wright? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a Sprocket. So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right? That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I'm up against. For that is a part of my creed. No, nothing and no one can sway me from that. Not even the almighty Sprockets. Right? If they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, they have another thing coming. You know, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests, but all they got instead was you. Edgy, come on, man. How can you prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? Heartless, you say? Yes, there was one at the scene of the crime, wasn't there? I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, Wright, I won't hold back. Not for you or anyone else. Thanks for the warning, Your Righteousness. So how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course, unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Nice try, Wright. But as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy. Thank you for the bits. Including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me? He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he? Edgeworth, about this incident. Don't forget, Wright, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries? No? I guess we are adversaries for now. Friends-versaries? And you, Larry? Me? I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect. But Edgy, we're all pals, aren't we? Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along. Wait, Nick, help me out here. 07. It's the least he deserves. Thank God. Bake him away, toys. Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever? Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out. Well, Nick, we'd better hop to it. Hop to what? And investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is gonna be fun. Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. All right, to the crime scene, then. Yeah, and away we go. Thank you for the bits, mister. This is the first time Phoenix, Maya, and Edgeworth have all been in their respective jobs at the same time since Turnabout Samurai. Game 1, Case 3? Is that true? Is that real? Holy shit. That's wild. Anyway, we've already searched here, but never hurts to look around. Dog! Doggy. With the TV Mafia. It's been a bit. It's been a bit. Might as well jump right in, I guess. So what do you think? Well, let's see. I think the inside of Mr. Edgeworth's car smelled heavenly. No, apart from Edgeworth's car. Phoenix already knows that. Do you have any ideas about this case? Sorry, I can't think of a thing. But what are we wasting all this time with thinking for? There's investigating to be done. I can't wait to see what kind of evidence we'll find. You seem really excited. You bet, Nick. The dynamic duo is back in the saddle again. Let's go round him up, partner. All right, let's get to it then. So what do you think we should do, Maya? Isn't it obvious? We start by investigating every single place that has anything to do with the case. And then grill every single person involved. Their enthusiasm's kind of overwhelming. Now, go forth, Phoenix Wright. Search out the truth. Well, don't just stand there. Say something. Yes, ma'am. Louder. Yes, ma'am. That's more like it. Okay. So how do we get... How do you get onto a blimp? Doesn't it need to get onto the ground? There's people standing beneath it. Maybe they'll drop a ladder down, or a step ladder. A rope ladder. September 21st. Flying Chapel Reception Hall. So this is the reception hall. That's a lot. That's a clock, right? Yeah. And a hot air balloon inside a blimp? That seems absurd. For a sus. For a sus. It's called a rung ladder. This is the reception hall. Is there a mod around to grab the pole? If not, let me know, chat, and I can get it going. According to the pamphlet, we're right here. At the top. At the tippy top. We're pretty high up, but at least we're indoors. Doesn't seem so bad. Oh, look, Nick. It's Emma. Hey, Emma. Over here. Mr. Wright. Maya. Does this mean you've taken the case? Yeah, that's how things kind of turned out. Do you mind if we take a look around? Be my guest. We've pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead. Now's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. Seeing Maya and Emma in the same place? Mm-hmm. Emma was supposed to be my aunt. Oh, I can roll. Oh. Nyam. Nyam. Who's asking? Hey, Viz. We had a poll redeem. And they wanted to add on for a sus. I'm assuming it's in the context of Pegasus. Oh, I don't care for the way you phrased this poll. Maybe we don't do that. Ah, shit. Fine. We'll let it go. We'll let it go. If you want to rephrase it, Viz, by all means. All right. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take to the skies. It's kind of a romantic notion, don't you think? Yeah. But I just noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling all that well. I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it fall on my head. Yep. You want to give me the power to rephrase, are you sure? Well, now you're making me second guess it, Viz. What do you mean? This must be where the time machine was placed. I can't believe such a beautiful memento was used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, we have to prove Ellen's innocence, no matter what it takes. I agree. What does it say? What would you rather peggle? A bull, a cow, a moo. And imagine there being a final sus option. Put it in your brain. There's so many cute cows in this game. Why are they gonna make cute cows? I don't know. We can't let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. This is the sweetheart table where the bridge and groom... The bridge? We're not even that far in the stream. Where the bride and groom sit. Where the bridge and the bypass. Overpass. I can't even make jokes anywhere. Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? The Peggle fandom is dying. I didn't even check to see if Twitch was gonna let Peg go. Yeah, Peggle's better. The bridge and the gridge. I'll be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though. They say that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know? They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it. They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. With those tight corsets squeezing their waist, they can barely eat a bite. Really? Sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture. I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. More like food over tradition. Romance. So that's the Vista deck out there. I bet the view is amazing, but I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh, Nick? Yeah, kinda. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. Yep. I think that about does it for this area. What about the lantern? That's a lantern? Look at the horns on this flying bovine. He must be a bull. Seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece. One piece? By the look of those wheels, I bet he can be rolled around rather easily, too. I bet it would be quite a hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. And this is what the backside looks like. What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle? Oh. A moo. Chap, 74%. Peggle-a-moo. I get it. This way they can get inside to change the light bulbs. I see they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted. Guess they figured nobody would see it, so why bother? Why is that going to be important? It makes sense to cut costs where you can. Write that down. Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this thing. Jolly Rogers, thanks for 64. Thanks for the prime. And Duke, have a good news. The littlest Trojan horse. Huh. This must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. It looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken. That's not a cow, that's Pegasus, a flying horse. No way, it's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything. Wait, it has horns? It has horns, you say? It's supposed to have tiny little baby horns, not big, large bull horns. Are those little baby horns? They seem too big. Look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's Pegasus. I know, that pamphlet should tell us. Let's see. It's always a ladder debate. It's called a Pegamoo. I did not see that coming. Yet somehow the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know? That's strange. What is? Well, this Pegamoo's definitely a male Pegabull, right? I'd say so with the horns and all. Okay, well, that Pegamoo over there is also a Pegabull. So is a gay wedding. What's the problem? Don't be that way, Maya. Let's take a look at the pamphlet. 2 bulls are allowed to get married in the sky. The one on the right says Pegabull, but the other one says Pega Cow, a female Pegamoo. Right. The pamphlet goes on to say how they have Pegamoos for the happy couple. So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and female pair of Pegamoos. But for some reason, there are 2 males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room? It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder, though. Hope someone got fired for that blunder. In any case, we better check this thing out. Travel through time and gender. Did this come from the lantern? Ick, it's covered in blood. Maybe it got in there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern? But that's the interior handle. Can you imagine going to open a door and finding the knob covered with blood? That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. Oh, ho, ho. And there's some police off to the side investigating. They're just giving us dirty looks. Because we're just poking and making jokes. Hey, what's this? Let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. Why is it only smudged in that part? Thank you for the hammy. Maria, appreciate it. Thanks for starting us 30 million years ago because of Ghost Trick. Because of you and Shoot Coming, my ghost has been tricked, my lamp has jammed, and Sissel now lives in my heart forever. Same. Big same. Thank you. Thank you so much. A right-handed writer? But then there should be more smudge than... That's very specific where it's smudged. There's no way that's nothing. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. Send her off like see ya later, right? Looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Other streams on YouTube? Yes, I do have a VOD channel. BarryWasStreaming! VODs. There's playlists for longer series, as well as monthly highlights that are edited by friend of the stream, Gamblord. And they're a good time. Good way to get caught up on old streams if you want. To rapid fire good clips. Game and goat, yeah. Also go follow Game, he's good. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote it in a rush. Why do you say that? Because the writing's only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. I mean, yeah. The top line wouldn't be smudged, and then you go for the second line, and then you would start smudging for partially on. But then why does it only smudge the convenient part and not the front? Because right in Vista deck. No, yeah, no, that is right. Hook can right door. Yeah, because you write the top line, wouldn't be smudged. You write the second line, it would start smudging from partially in the top line, and then all the way across. And then the bottom thing would smudge from partially in the middle line, and then only as far as deck offset. So actually, that is right. Neat. That's accurate smudging. Okay. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. Guess I'll take your word on that, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert. Accurate smudge art. Even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. All right. Let's get back to the note. So I guess the point is it was written in a hurry. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Maya, are you craving curry rice or something? Oops. Emma, where's this Vista deck the note mentions? It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there. So you plan on pushing Ellen off from there. Well, you say it's a heliport. So send off sounds like there was supposed to be a helicopter, and then maybe the bride and groom go goodbye in a fucking helicopter. It's pretty extra. Also, seems like landing a helicopter on a moving blimp. Maybe the helicopter's there when they take off. I don't know. It also seems like not a big area out there. Anyway, he planned to go pushing Ellen off from there. What a monster. Heliport. Confirmation Maya's right-handed. I guess so. It's a port in hell. It's a heliport. What do you think this is, Maya? Looks like a flower petal to me. What an unusual shape. Do you suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? I don't see a single flower like this at any one of the tables. Wonder where it came from. So this is where the body was found. It looks like he's too big to have been fit inside of that. I guess if he was like rolled up in a ball. And the first person to find it was Ellen. Also, what was she holding there? Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? He was birthed of the ball. It's like the scene in Ace Ventura 2 with the rhino. Yes, let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it. And he has one hand bloody, but that could just be from grabbing the handle from the inside. If it was already bloody and not his blood. No, here's a photo of the Christian he found. Okay. And he's covered in a couple of his petals. So confused. I have no theories. There's nothing cooking. The burners are all off. I guess that does it for the lantern. Just about does it. The case ends in divorce. Oh no. I assume Emma's run some tests. I would be shocked if she hasn't run 30 tests already. A model airplane, the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding. And a propeller plane like this lends the room a great old-timey feel. I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. Can you picture it? The Steel Samurai zipping through the clouds over Neo-Old Tokyo. If Sprocket Aviation ever becomes a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening. Why didn't I think of that? I think I'll go suggest the idea to them later. Please at least wait until after the trial is over. No, do it now. Now's a good time. Let's see. That's one big partition screen, industrial size even. I bet it caused an industrial sized mess if it fell over. And that's why you're not allowed to touch it, Maya. Then who's gonna test how stable it is? Just leave it alone, please. You gotta test for science. Because if it's unstable, that could mean something for the case. Maya's onto something. Jesus Christ, Larry. It looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is. I wonder. That face looks awfully familiar. Yes, it does. Guess I'll bring it to him later. Peculiar yet suspiciously familiar imprint. He's got good branding, I'll give him that. Good branding and good naming. Q-Pig, what was it? I already forgot. It's a fog machine for the reception. Q-Piglet. Yeah, thank you. This is good. Pretty cool, huh? Don't you dare touch it. Yeah, spoil sport. That's because I know how you operate. It's just like old times, isn't it? Brain's so good, I immediately forgot. Exactly. Get a load of that huge set of doors. I bet all sorts of things come and go through here. Like an elephant. Pretty sure it's just the bride and groom. This is a banquet hall, not a circus. But it could be if you rented it out for the circus. And another one. It's a fog machine. I wonder if they used it during the reception. Ooh. Hey, Nick, go stand over there for a sec. Why? Just because. Now go. Alright. Got a bad feeling about this. Fogmaster 9000? On! Maya, no! Huh? Nah, nothing happened. Looks like it won't work without some dry ice. Darn it, all I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke. Yeah. Okay. Fog machine, huh? Dry ice is not fog, but it can be used to make smoke, steam, vapor. I wonder what this partition's for. Imagine people like the reception staff or entertainers use it. They probably wait behind it when they're on standby. I see. With a partition this size, I bet they could even fit an elephant back there. Not that anyone sane would. Why all the elephant talk? She just wants this case to involve an elephant. And I can't really blame her. That would be fun. Is there anything else? Okay, we got it all. Alright, Emma, what's up? A fog machine is different from a dry ice machine, though. But could you use dry ice as quote-unquote fuel for a fog machine? Probably wouldn't be very efficient. Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case. When it does, won't we all look stupid? Hey, Katie. The elephant's a murder weapon, and they never forget. It's a good witness. Do you think you could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I expect him to be tight-lipped about it. What is dry ice anyway? It's a solid block of whatchamacallit? The component of the thing that makes everything. Carbon dioxide, thank you. You know, the component that makes the thing. Yeah, I forget how it's produced. I think it's like high pressure. Sends it, because pressure changes the freezing and boiling points of things. I'm not smart. Or maybe I used to be. I'm not anymore. But yeah, I'm probably wrong. You like pressurize it and then you condense it into a block. And then it evaporates. It sublimates, which is the fancy word. Instead of going from solid to liquid to gas, it goes straight from solid to gas because of chemistry and stuff. So it's really cold and just immediately turns into vapor. With science words, I just remembered 3 things about school. And sublimation is one of those because it's a good word. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. Also, that's why you should not ever, ever touch dry ice with your bare finger if you see any. Always wear gloves. Very thick, specialized gloves. Don't touch it. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. 7 to 10. Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What do you mean? Her wearing her glasses and looking up like, time travel? It's just really good. What would happen if you touched dry ice? The universe would explode. Nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected. The victim's name is Dumas Gloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household. He's also a servant. Ellen was a maid for that family as well, so that means the 2 of them were co-workers. Dry ice is negative 109 degrees Fahrenheit. Chilled fog machines are designed to create thick clouds of fog that lie close to the ground, dissipate as they rise. They are typically created by using either dry ice or compressed liquid CO2. You can use dry ice to power a fog machine. You absolutely can. They were roommates. Has ever mentioned Lana in the present? I don't think so. Yeah, don't touch something that's negative 100 degrees. It's gonna be bad. They apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very closed and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher ranked than Ellen. Which makes the police... What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially their boss? No one has ill feelings towards their boss, right? He looks... And Athena and Trucy are nowhere to be found. We don't know the defendant's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. And what circumstances are these exactly? Is lead servant different from a butler? I don't know. My gut says maybe yes. Maybe a butler has different roles, whereas lead servant would be like in charge of the servants, which could be the butler, or they could be separate. I don't know. I've never lived in a situation where I had to think about such things. I only know about them from fiction. Butlers are often called chief servants. A lot of people in chat know a lot about butlers. A little hoity-toity chat over here. This would be more of a steward, I think? Maybe. Butler manages the wine cellar, which is where I go to grab the butler disguise in Hitman. There's also heated fog machines that use chemicals when I feel like... Gotcha. We watched Downton Abbey, yeah. More like butlers, hamslers, not the hamsler. Some of our in-laws said what looked like the immediate aftermath. They saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands. But why would a bride who is just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back. Okay. But why did he attack her to begin with? Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Bloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. It should have been me. So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Ellen first. But if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick? It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we could prove that. But wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim. Wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company. It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. It does, doesn't it? Thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently. A star-crossed lovers! Add that to the Shakespeare tally, question mark? What was the murder weapon? This clock with a secret mechanism built into it. Is that the time machine? Did she kill him with the time machine? So he wasn't dead, he was sent to a different timeline. This clock with a secret mechanism was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. So the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? Well, that's funny. There's no blood on it as far as I can tell. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence? But there was definitely a luminol reaction, and it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny looking clock. I agree. They call it the timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day. Aw, that's cute. That's really sweet. Unless it actually works, and that would be hell. That would be hell. Oh, honey, remember our wedding 30 years ago? No! Don't bring me back! And then you just have to live your life for 30 years up to that point again. And then you have to, and then in order to, you have to look at it again, so you're just stuck in a time loop. A time machine, huh? Come to think of it. Ellen said her pendant was a part of a time machine. I wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. You crack it open. You unwind your future. Don't you dare say unwind future to me. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprockets to support herself. So maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? Guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Apparently, the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that they all worked together to gaslight the fuck out of her. We're not ruling that out yet. They all had motive to fuck with her immensely. So gaslit theory just shot up to number one. Real time travel is real is now a distant second place. Number one is she got gaslit like crazy. Okay, that didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity. Is that how it works? Sounds like a healthy family, yeah. If you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spent all of my spare time in Korean watching soap operas on TV. Not sure that's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya. Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment, too. And from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who opposed their marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. Well, this was the reception, so they were already married. They could get divorced, but it's not like they're canceled it. I guess that just about does it for the crime scene. Hey, Nick, I want to see the rest of the airship. We might as well, since we're here. True, we might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Seems like a steampunk Persona character. She specifically said a husband to be. She did say that, but this is a wedding reception, which typically happens after the wedding. But I guess it's fine. Maybe it was a rehearsal reception. How long has that guy been standing there? Didn't even notice him till just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation? I was about to bonk him back in the face. Hey? Nick, he wrote something on that paper airplane. I guess we're supposed to read it then? Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome. Mr. Wright, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket. That's the groom? Or to put another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation. So he's Ellen's fiance. Whoa, his pen is a plane? This guy's cool. I see why Ellen fell for him. I mean, come on. Listen. If anyone anywhere was in like a bar and sat down and was like, I have a pen that turns into an airplane, I think you get engaged on the spot. I think that's just how that works. And you go, Nyam. There he goes. He's just running away with it. He's kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. An inventor, huh? He even designed this airship. That's pretty impressive. Nick, this is no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen. Right. It looked like he was heading outside. He's gonna fly away. Do I examine? What do you mean you went outside as in like back onto the ground? Oop. I've never selected the room I'm in. It's a fun noise. Didn't mean to do that. Yay, the music. How about here? Hello. I guess he left the ship? Not what I expected. There he is. Excuse me, can we talk to you? He hopped on the little plane and it actually worked. Excuse me, do you mind if I ask what you're doing? He sure is riding up a storm. It is possible if an enormous change in mass could be detected at that observation point. Theoretically, matter can retain its form even as it crosses the event horizon. He's working with black holes? Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. I'm an attorney. Does this bring anything to mind? Even some small, vague detail will do. This guy really doesn't want to talk, does he? Alright, then, is there anything that might make him talk? Like a photo? Okay. Nope. How about, like, some sort of, timekeeper? What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket. I can't read him at all, not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this. Lantern? Is that what I already tried? I think I tried it. But what about the... You made this. Okay. Alright. Alright, bye. There's a cool dog over there. Excuse me, we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow, so could we ask you about the case? Yeah. Ow. Ow. What the? Not interested. Not interested? How can you say something like that? This is about your fiancée. She's under arrest, you know. The diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move matter comprised of that amount of mass. He's off in his own little world. I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. Just have to talk on his level then, with something he might be interested in. Dependent. That seems obvious. Could you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say that you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He wasn't even listening. Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected based on Ellen's gushing testimonial anyway. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested. This guy's the worst. Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Guess that got your attention. So is time travel really even possible? Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The timekeeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall, that is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part. That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine too? What Ellen experienced is akin to traveling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be possible. Unless maybe the quantum system inside the pendant somehow accidentally interfered with the natural flow of the fourth dimension. We're losing him again. Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the space-time continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel is a mode of transportation. Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. But they are all fundamentally similar in that they constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. For generations, Sprocket Aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap. Each time of this with Luke and Layton, right? Oh, is he done? So what exactly is all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick? Basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-thru to it, I guess? Not really, but... Oh, I get it. It's the same burger with a quicker, more efficient delivery system. So what Soren really wants to do is launch humanity into the future. Launch, not lunch. Do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist. All I know is Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too, when it comes to inventions, anyway. Think of a hamburger. His apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So I hear the rest of the Sprocket family is opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Master Soren? What the Sir? It is time for the meeting on next term's project. Who in the fuck? What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again? Tut tut, you are the future president. You must consider the business side too. It is I found Soren. Send the car over at once. Wait, I'm not interested. What if Sephiroth was a steampunk butler? What if Sephiroth was a steampunk Fire Emblem character? Oh, Master Soren, you do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Okay. Excuse me, but who are you? Where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nicody? Nishodi? Pierce, I don't get it. Persnickety. Please call me Pierce. Thank you, chat. I am the Sprocket family butler. So they do have a separate butler and lead head servant guy. A butler? I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. And who might you be, if you don't mind my asking? I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Oh, so it is you. I am most grateful to you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. This dude's guilty as fuck. Don't mention it. So hey, speaking of the case. Oh, one moment, please. Butler always did it. What a beautiful pocket watch. Oh, this is just a bit of a good luck charm. That's an expensive good luck charm. I guess it makes sense knowing the time is pretty important in his line of work. I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There is a little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to Sprocket Manor? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense, I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, a fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything. And what about the investigation? Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house? I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads? Of course. I say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Soren's place. All right, you win. Very good. To Sprocket Manor, then. Let's go. Yippee. Well, they're just the foyer to start with. Yeesh. This family's fucked up, aren't they? Wow, this place does not disappoint. Oh, I'm so excited. Slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. No, that's encouraging. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions? Huh? That's why you invited us here? I'm sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation. Yeah, and I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks too. There, Maya, don't cry. This Pierce guy's one shrewd man. Hey, Nick, look at that cute vintage radio. Radio? That thing over there, under the stuffed bull's head. I'm gonna take a closer look. I thought I told you to settle down. I'm sorry. Not to worry. That little mech fixed it right up. I am not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty. That phrase is gonna come back to haunt me later, and I don't know why. That was incredible! What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway? It's my fixer-upper shoulder mech. Master Soren made it for me. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment, though. That's so cool! I wish I had one of those. Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. This man is a mystery and I hate it. He must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. I should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here, too. Just do a little bit of snooping. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for, do you think she did it? Well, I can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see. I guess we have different opinions then. Do we now? The prosecution says that when Gloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective. Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying this case. You just cleaned that, my dude. I fear you are mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now, as she is no longer a part of this family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. So they had a wedding ceremony, a wedding reception, but they hadn't actually done the certificate yet, the license. Or did they? I realize how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as Sprocket family butler. Oh, you got a license? Well. You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along, don't you think? I could easily picture Edgeworth with a butler. It's kind of surprising he doesn't have one. And by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the scene. Well, I gotta ask you about time travel. He has red herring written all over him. He knows more than he's letting on, obviously, but yeah, I don't know the depths to which. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Master Soren said that. It sounds like he is still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it. Excuse me. That's a phone? Oh, right. Yeah, they already established that. What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still have lemon slices at the ready, just in case. We must not disappoint her, understand? You sure are busy. All in a day's work. I think part of it is talking to a communications device on your shoulder. Just so happens to remind me of a certain other jonkler who had a not dissimilar method of communication via shoulder apparatus. So I'm just a little bit wary. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Could you tell us about the thing you mentioned about Soren's past? There's something in Master Soren's past that he wishes he could change. Please forgive me, this isn't something I should be sharing with strangers. I really want to know what Soren's hung up on. Now I want to know. Remember on Guard's phone? Oh god. It was sometime after the reception. Some of the Master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall, and that is when we saw it. What did you see? A woman standing in front of the victim with the bloody murder weapon in her hand. Mm-hmm. 'Twas none other than Miss Ellen. Mm-hmm. But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like. That's right, she just happened to find the body. I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. And that's what I told the police who came in response to my call. I see. Pierce was the one reported to the police, huh? Him. Yeah. If she bonked him on the head and then he fell over. First of all, where did she hit him on the head? Was it the back of the head? Or the top of the head? It wasn't the front of the head, clearly. But he's like inside of that. Emma said back. So she hit him on the back of the head and then he spun around and then went whoop and then like slid underneath the wreckage there? How does that happen? Logistics wise, explain their version of the story. It was his future head. It's gonna bleed later. As you do. Had the peg move and get there. It's also a peg of bull. Remember that. Skyrim death animation. It's like when a giant hits you on the head and you just go poof. Look at that airplane propeller up there going round and round. Yeah, just give it 20 hours. I see they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airline family. Wonder if it doubles as a fan. Oh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of that wall and the wall would open up so the plane could take off in emergency? How cool would that be? If that's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? I know, maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the sprockets get their milk. He said him. and then we should milk it. Nick, first of all, that's a beef cow. And second, bulls don't make milk. Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. You can try. You can try. Hey, now here's a real lady. Mm-hmm. She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she? The paper clip airplane is cute. And why would you look at that stopwatch? It's a little bit familiar looking. Wonder who she is. We didn't see her on the airship. That's Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady. Soren's sister. I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. Has something he wants to change about the past. Who was that man? Just the guy looking at that camera. Are these pictures of the wedding reception? Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here. Do you mind if we have a look at that photo? Be my guest. Take as long as you'd like. Ha ha. Come on. What a magical evening. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape? A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds. Look at how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous, though. She does, doesn't she? Hey, look, there's Pierce. Really? Where? Right there, behind the sweetheart table. Not looking at them, looking at something else. Hey, you're right. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner. What's he looking at? So what do you think? Does anything in this photo stick out at you? No, not at the moment. But let's keep it anyway. At least proves the fog machine was working. The night of the moida. If Ellen really did travel back in time, think this photo's of the second reception? You know, after the time jump? I wonder. That would explain why she's nervous? Excuse me, sir. Can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? No, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. He clammed up faster than a clam. What about this one on the floor? Do you know what the term gaslighting means? What? Gas? No. Do you know what that means? No one knows what that means. Excuse me. There's a card here on the floor. Well, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel key card. The Flying Chapel? What areas of the Flying Chapel require a key card, if I may ask? Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a key card. That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. What's Ellen's key card doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? I don't believe so, and she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man wearing a beret by any chance? Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. He was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache. And you let him in here? Why? I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? Why did Edgeworth let him out of his sight? It could very well be an actual gas leak. We could combine multiple Professor Layton plot beats into one stupid thing. It's the bridal bouquet. Hey, Nick, how about I throw it? And you try to catch it. Why me? Just because. I bet you look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it. Doesn't tradition dictate it's the ladies that go after the bouquet? Who cares? Just catch it. Here. Ow! You threw that right at my face. Just overhand chuck it. You don't want to catch that bouquet, trust me. Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last. I already caught it. Whoops, too late now, huh? Thanks, Emma. I mean, Maya, whoever you are. Don't you dare touch that radio again. It looks like an expensive antique. What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again. Really hope he's nice enough to waive the repair bill. A bull. Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the Flying Chapel, too. The president of the company must have a thing for cattle. The bull is the symbol of Sprocket Aviation. To be as strong and steady as a bull. A creature famous for flying? That's the company creed, you know. Probably for all the back-breaking labor they put their employees through. By the way, that bull logo on the Flying Chapel, the one with the rainbow wings, his name is Rainy the Rainbow, get it? I get it, he's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's a rain bull. What a memorable name, huh, Nick? For the lameness of the pun. This game is not allowed to call any pun lame. Actually crime. Actually a crime. I really like that I can hit examine just to be like, okay, got it all. A game! Oh, Peter, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister, Selena, right? I don't think we've met her yet. And he's looking at the pocket watch. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about her? All right. Very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past. Soren's past. Why is he telling us this? It seems like he's being more open than he should be. Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. That wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line. So why isn't she becoming next president? Because she died in a car accident. That's really sad and tragic. It feels almost ironic for everyone being obsessed with flight. But anyway, it's fine. If only I had a time machine. What? Her spouse's name was Carmine Accidenti. I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident. Yeesh. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. It was a flying car. Ever since then, he's buried himself in his research on time machines. He's also become quite a quiet and meticulous, also compulsive note-taker around them. Sad. He seems so stiff and robotic, I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him. Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all his time on inventions. As the family butler, I'm truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. Hey, Nick, what are you doing here? Hey, Larry. Larry? Oh, man, Edgy gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? I came to promote my new character, Q Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of time with me for it. Wow, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You could learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them? Now's not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed. See, and this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? Huh? Was I? What were you doing there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of, but never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with, you weren't involved in the case, were you? Not the mustache. Larry. He took off. I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Come on, Maya, after him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare the family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course. Gotta go. God damn it, Larry. There he is. Hey, Larry. Hey there, friend. Fancy meeting you here. There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration from my new picture book hit me and I had to run is all. It was like a Cupiphany, you dig? Right. He's just gonna keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick? What you saw? Come on, Larry, I know you were on that airship, so what did you see? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. There it is. Finally. Surprised there's even two. Seems like there should just be one. Cyclops. You say something? The spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone's trying to hide something from me. They're called Cyclops, and when I see them, I simply press the Magatama to try my hand at breaking them. If I can unlock them, I'm sure to finally get a straight answer out of him. Anyway. Ah! What do you know, Larry? What do you know? This is no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you got it all wrong. I've got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Doubt? Come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person. Ellen in the first place. You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place, and all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever. Isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it. Don't diss me, Nick. If you're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof if you got any. Doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof you were on that airship. He handed us this pamphlet.
Take that!
You call that proof? You must have gotten it wrong. You shouldn't doubt your friends like this. It only hurts the both of us. Okay, fine. The proof that he was on the airship is, yeah, yeah.
Take that!
Yeah, Uh-oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. I forgot about the wallet. Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding? All right, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything. I wasn't there. You brought the murder suspect to our doorstep, and I found a thing with your face on it on the airship. Oh, nuts. You saw right through my lies. Yes, correct. Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway? I wasn't. I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. I didn't know you took on real jobs like that, too. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net. And that's how you met Ellen? Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo for the welcome sign. Seeing her in person, the way she smiled at me and said, "Thank you." Someone treated him like a human being, and he went crazy mode. I felt like I'd been hit by lightning. And that's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So were you were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business card wallet. So somebody else must have found it and brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? I saw something incredible while I was on that flying chapel. Like? Get a load of this. What the heck is this? Okay, alright, okay, okay, What do you mean, what is this? Isn't that obvious? It's a drawing. He's gotten better. To be fair, this is quite an improvement. I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship. So what's so incredible about a cabin? Look what was outside the window. Yeah, that's what I mean. An aerial heartless. It's one of those flying dinosaurs, a real-life pterodactyl. I looked out the cab window and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell ya. With the monster renders in low poly mode and wilds. Yep. I've seen a lot of very funny screenshots of people running wilds on, I want to say lower end hardware. It's not even that old. It's just, you know, their target for wilds. Anyway, it's not very optimized. What? What? When I told that Pierce Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. Well, why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense? Maybe Sprocket Aviation's secretly developing a time machine. No way. And they went back to the time of dinosaurs? Or, you know, the busted up thing in the background was outside the window. But how could that be outside the window if the airship was up in the sky? Maybe it wasn't. Nick, this case is totally amazing. Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you? Of course not. Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him I was wandering around on the airship. I told him I met Ellie at the mooring dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right off his head right had he heard about this. Yeah, it's clearly the thing from the... That was my instant thought. So Larry also experienced the time slip somehow. The way they're framing this. I saw a dinosaur. Time travel's real. All right. We'll tell that to the judge. It'll go well. How is that possible? It did not like it. I thought they said they were going to get it to run on the Steam Deck. To be fair, they've been working on optimizing the game and those optimizations are not in the beta. But that it sucks if the only way to know if it runs... I mean, once it's out, people will run it on the Steam Deck. So if you want to wait and not pre-order it, see how people run it on the Steam Deck. Fingers crossed. Hey, Nick, I'll be taking my card wallet back now if you don't mind. Swiped back by Larry. Oh, yeah, this is for you. What is it? It's a picture of the hold. I took it when I was wandering around in the airship. Uh-huh. So there was two different bowls. And then there's the flower petals. There's Ellie right in the middle. The hold. No options for performance mode in the PS5 beta client, but it's going to be in release. Gotcha. Yeah, they're still working on it. See, it's right here in the diagram. The skier for this wedding sucked. Yep. Okay, so now I know where the hold is. Well, what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception. And around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be of any help, but thanks for this anyway. It's definitely useful. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how'd you get in there? That's a trade secret, can't tell you. And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that's basically a wrap on the investigation. Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen, too. Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center then so you can say hi. Bye, Larry. Get bent. Is Maya, like, trying to get on the other side of the glass? It should be me. No, why? Please understand that this is in Master Soren's best interest. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. The next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us. If it isn't Mr. Wright. So, their marriage is definitely off? There is no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best. Mods, ban this guy. No! In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right? Mods, destroy him. I love how much of a wet cat Ellen is. What a description. I suppose you're right, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. That's not true, not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured I will prove her innocence. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world, for better or for worse. Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage. Very well. But not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. You haven't seen Phoenix at work. He does take cases on quite lightly. You're welcome. And the reality is Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce. I'm clean, I swear I am. Obsessively, compulsively clean. Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress. She's fine. She's doing well, I think. Fine, you have my word. But you will be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you will excuse me. Bye. Now I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation and we'd like to talk with you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find out? Here's what we got. In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked. And I was hoping I could go back in time again like I'd done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. Oh, that sucks. You were so desperate you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. No. And as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Really? What did he see? A dinosaur? Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. But what? That was not a lead pipe, chat. For the record, if I see a single Z in the chat, you're getting banned for life. Not only that, but apparently Pierce Snickety told Larry to keep quiet about it. But why would Pierce do such a thing? 07. Perfect opportunity. How dare. Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret, a time machine to be exact. Yeah, Do you think that's why nobody would confirm my story? Because it's a secret? I really don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your key card at Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I'd looked everywhere for it. I'm so glad you found it. At least they're tears of joy this time for a change. Well, Nick, looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. AceAttorney.jpg. That's right. I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time. Great, with stodgy skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. We're really gonna have our work cut out for us. Yippee. We already proved ghosts, so that was easy to prove. Where's the professor? We need him. Oh, Professor Layton, it's me, Nick. Remember me from our adventure before? I just had a couple quick questions about time travel. What was that? Oh, time travel. You know anything about time travel? I have to go. Oh, okay. We'll see you later. Who are you again? Get out of my office. I'm not in your office. Poor Herschel. 8:45 a.m. Defend lobby number 3. Good morning, Mr. Wright. If anyone hasn't seen Professor Layton in the Unwound Future, it's a good game. You should check it out. I streamed it as well. It will rip your heart into pieces at the end and stamp them on the floor, but it's a good time. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown. Is that a good idea? And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Does her dress have pockets? Oh my god. I think it might. No wonder she keeps wearing it. She found a dress with pockets. Do you think he came to see how she's holding up? That's not a normal painting. I think this courtroom is fake. Is that not what the paint? I never really looked at the painting that closely. Looks like tables and chairs. Soren, my love, you came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? A fake courtroom would be quite a stupid twist for this game. Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say. Blueprints. Huh? The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are? Oh, they're in your room. 3rd shelf from the bottom on the right-hand side. Is this why he wanted to marry her? I see. Okay. He's leaving already. Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cold of a person, or is that just how he comes off, I wonder? What about me, Soren? He's back. Ellen? He's back. Come home soon. I'm lost without you. He might mean that literally. Soren! Don't awe, he might mean it literally. He might not know how to get back to the manor. Later. Oh, actually, I thought he meant that as the start of a sentence. Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Anyway, it looks like Sword isn't big on words, but it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. I'm not entirely convinced yet, but it's fine. It's okay. Pep, 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 pep. Pep, 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 pep. Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear? Don't worry, I'm gonna do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. She's a fun character. It's nice that she's not just a prim and proper bride who's just like, oh, please do help me, I'm helpless. She's fun. The trial's about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Knowing him, he's not going to yield an inch. So I've just got to fight with everything I've got and save Ellen. September 22nd. Do you remember? Fuck, I missed my opportunity to do that. 9 a.m. The 22nd night of September. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Yeah, Wet Cat is really sticking with me. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. Also, what's the pun with her name? I haven't pieced that together. Ellen Wyatt. All rise. All in white. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Thank you, Chink. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Took his glasses off. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. Makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you. Remember the bird? That sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away. We could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Cold, Edgeworth, cold. Ho-ho, still not one for light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law. Guess we'll just have to have the party without him, then. No, he just wants to wait till the court case is over. Because then we won't be enemies. I want a prediction. Will the judge remember Larry? I don't know if that's a good idea for prediction, because people that know the game will already know the answer. You know? It's not something that's either up to chance or up to me. This is the first game again. It's like a circle. Same as ever. It's like poetry. He's still gonna try to make him pay for an error. We'll add that too as well. Yeah, I'm gonna refund you points, but thank you, Bumpers. Well, I remember Larry. Who's Larry? I played this game and I legit forgot everything. It's true, but maybe not everyone. However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. There he is. Tony Poop! I certainly wouldn't mind an invite at the very least. He's still as emotionally constipated as ever. Emotionally constipated. This is good. It's good. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Ellen Wyatt, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, the defendant might not be criminally responsible. He's right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid the criminal charge. Well, no, Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Please don't be Larry. Please don't be Larry. Please don't be Larry. Okay. Well, we don't know it's not Larry. It might be Larry. It still might be Larry. It's not? It's Emma. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Emma Sky, forensic investigator. And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor. More Emma feet content. Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma? We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. Damn it. And I do mean that wholeheartedly. I expect no less from you. Yes, sir, I'm gonna do my very best. Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick. I could really care less. Besides, she'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial. Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less. Now, Detective Sky, if you please. Surprise, bring back Gumshoe. Yeah. But they already had a model for Miles and stuff. I mean, they could have made a new model for Gumshoe. New model. I don't think they said a 3D model. Go run down to the case. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. We're so back. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. Did the clock stop at the moment of impact? The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way. Twice? He was struck twice? That's right. There's no mistake about it. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Which means what exactly? No, that is an important detail. Yeah. I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did, but how, Mr. Edgeworth? The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious. I don't know how it works in the actual real world, but at least completely just logically, you would be within your right to knock someone unconscious who's attacking you, but then to attack an unconscious body and kill them, you probably don't have the right to do that. Is that what I think he is? Still arguable, right? I think it's probably more nuanced than that. Depends on the state too. Yeah, probably too. What about 2 clocks? I don't feel so well. She double tapped. You can only single tap. And thus, Mr. Wright has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report. Don't you bow, you son of a bitch. All right. Ang. So that's why he was acting all smug. More smug than usual. It's fine, right? It's not like we're gonna plead self-defense anyway, right? Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Ellen. So now we have to prove that she didn't do it as opposed to, oh, she did it, but it was self-defense, which makes sense for the video game. He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Added autopsy report. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. I've been to a real life case that was like this. Ooh. With the time travel and everything? Yes, actually. No spoilers. 10 to 1 a.m.? Huh. Because the reception was from 7 to 10. So 10 to 1 is a pretty big gap. And if instead of time travel, she was gaslit by everyone on the ship, that would make sense that it was significantly later in the evening. So that would possibly align with she didn't time travel, everyone fucked with her for several hours. Cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. 1 contusion was found on the back of the head and on the one on the side. Blows were caused by the same weapon. Between 1 a.m. and 200 million BC. Oh my god. Strangely, he was a fossil when we found him. We cannot explain it. We also found a pterodactyl egg in his hand. We have no idea why. The weapon was a clock.
Hold it!
Oh, good. Are you completely sure the murder weapon was the timekeeper? Yes, completely. The shape of the injury on the victim's head matches up with that of the timekeeper. And it's definitely heavy enough to kill someone with. Well, would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy? She's just a widow girl. I tried it myself and I was able to lift it up just fine. Maybe you're just freakishly strong. Excuse me, Mr. Wright. I'll have you know that people on the force know me as the dainty forensic investigator. Sorry. Really, you're hardly a delicate flower. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial, if you know how. Yes, sir. It won't happen again, sir. Moving on. It is fun. It's contrived as all fuck, but it is fun to have Phoenix, Amaya, and Edgeworth in the court again. I'm not immune. I'm not immune. The victim was hit from behind and he fell over into the lantern.
Hold it!
The defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? If so, wouldn't she have hit him from the front and not from behind? The victim must have tried to run once Miss Wyatt started fighting back. That's probably when he got hit from behind. I see, thus the blow to the back of his head. The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing that clock. I don't know about that. Regardless of how scary Ellen looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind. May I go on? Yes, of course. Please do. Sometimes blatant fan service is good. It can be not done extremely obnoxiously. The defendant was spotted then standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon.
Hold it!
Like, at least this clock aside, at least the contents of the case is wildly different from cases we've had before. It could have just been more of a repeat of a, like, game 1 case. But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body. Like, yeah, it was 6 of the prime. And she tried to use the timekeeper. She was so panicked when she found the body, she tried to use the timekeeper to go back in time.
Objection!
Oh, it's on the small DS, yeah. Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound? But Miss Wyatt really believes she could travel through time with that clock. You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know. Yes, I agree. Me 3, but it's all I've got to go on. Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Hold it!
Miss Wyatt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim the first time. So why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again? Well, about that. Allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again indeed? To finish off the victim, of course. A double bonk. This very act clearly shows that she had every intention of killing Mr. Gloomsbury. Miles, can I just, Mr. Edgeworth, can I just point out that your eyeliner is on point today? Like, look at that, look at that. That is very, very well done, sir. Good job. Ugh. But Miss Wyatt would never do a thing like that. Then let's see some evidence that disproves my theory. Are you going to just stand there and take that from him, Nick? I can't refute his claim head on. I'll have to approach it from a different angle. Well, it looks like we won't be going anywhere until we can refute Edgeworth's claims. This is so exciting. We haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages. Yeah. Okay, Nick. Now go get him. No need to rush me, Maya. All right. I better start by comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have and look for any glaring inconsistencies. Crystallized eye bags. That's advanced. Advanced levels of stress heretofore unseen. Server behind, he fell over into the lantern, he squatted, then he hit him a bit by holding the murder weapon. He was struck twice. Can I just present the photo that doesn't show a second head wound? It seems flimsy. There's that, there's the just how he fell in to that, which I think is weird. That's most of what I got so far. I did save, so fuck it.
Objection!
Cool. It's inconsistent. Mr. Wright, would you care to tell this court what % sure you are of your claim? Why, of course. I'm 190, maybe 80-ish. Would you accept 50%? Mr. Wright, I won't have such half-hearted bluffing in my courtroom. Your Honor. Might I recommend the defense be penalized with 100% severity? He said peen in court, Your Honor. I intend to, Mr. Edgeworth. You can be sure of that. Yeah, I guess I can't say I deserve 0% of that. It's a pretty good call-out. Peen. What weapon was the clock called timekeeper? That seems fine. She said that there was blood that was cleaned off of it. Secret mechanism. Victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. Oh, well, yeah, okay.
Objection!
That's the issue. Detective Sky, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. Bleh, what do you mean? If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, it's not that he went like whoop underneath, it's that he did a pirouette in midair. You'll see the victim is lying on his back. But if the victim had been hit from behind as you claim, they should have fallen over into the lantern face down. Look at this photograph. It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it's Mr. Edgeworth's. There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony. Mr. Wright, If you think I'm going to just back right down, then you're sadly mistaken. I was unusually fired up today. Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I'd want to do my absolute best too. That makes sense. Listen, Mr. Wright. It's entirely possible the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? Indeed, that was an excellent counter-argument, Detective. You can count on me, sir. Doesn't that create other issues, though? What do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? Is it possible the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern? Well, I mean, there's like flower petals on him, which is very strange for a body that was moved after the fact. And also a note. I think it's not likely, but I don't know if I'm thinking it for the right reasons. No, he could not. Nuh-uh, no. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? And what makes you so sure? One look at this here, and it should become obvious. Well, there's the bloody hand, there's the pedals, there's the wreckage that's on top of him, as well. Perhaps the wreckage atop him?
Take that!
Those broken bits of the lantern? Yes, if the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means the victim must have been lying face up from before the lantern even broke. He was lying face up before the lantern broke? Wait a minute, if that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right, which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. Good. If the lantern was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts the victim was killed before the wedding reception. The lantern was already dead. There's also a male bowl, Your Honor. In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she had happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims.
Objection!
Someone in chat said the lantern was dead, and I read it out. Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. No, it's not. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred, changes nothing with regard to her guilt. If she was responsible for the reception, why would she have put two male bulls? Two male cows? Why would she have done that? She's obsessed with things being perfect, Edgeworth. And it was her wedding. She wouldn't have messed that. She wouldn't have bungled it. Someone else did. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claim, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended.
Objection!
Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? That's... Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone, somewhere, put the victim's body into the lantern. Perhaps in the hold, and then moved it up. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have put itself in there. Unless it was ghosts, Your Honor. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility he was killed somewhere else, the defendant didn't do it, he was killed some other way. I mean, almost all of the above. At the very least, he was killed somewhere else. In the hole. In the hole. If the body was hidden inside the lantern, it's possible the body was moved along with it from somewhere else. You're right. You can run that mouth of yours all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? Of course I do. And what interest do you have about what goes in or out of my mouth, Edgeworth? I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence and in something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed. Very well, Mr. Wright, in that case. What proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else? I have a couple things, maybe. There's the photo of this, which just proves that they're stored in the hold.
Take that!
This proves the murder took place somewhere other than the reception hall. I'm afraid I can't say I follow. That piece of evidence won't help you make your point. Doesn't it? No, don't call me senseless. Fine, so this piece wasn't convincing enough. There must be something else that'll be easier for the judge to understand. Understand. He was in an airplane for 3 days. What's on his dinner table? Is that? No. My best thought was showing that it could have been from the hold. What else makes sense? So you can see there's one lit up in the background there. And it has the larger horns as well. And he's looking towards it too. Pterodactyls are real, Your Honor. If it's not that, then what? Then what? The petals maybe hint. Where is there a garden? Outside? But no, but those same petals are on the far right here. Which is why I was like, it's either that there's other things there, there's petals here, or I'm getting ahead of it and they just want me to present the photo again? I don't know. Okay, they want me to present the photo again. That's stupid. Yes. I like the court to focus on this thing right here. The petals? Nah. Flower petals, Mr. Wright. Stop! How's bonus Jonas episode going? We got time travel and a bride, and Larry Butts is back. It's going great. It's going good. His thigh, Your Honor. Flower petals, Mr. Wright. I was skipping ahead. Thank you, Oxley. 30 months. It's not pterodactyls. Who ever heard of a silent P? You gotta have a silent P. Those petals are from a kind of flower that was not present in the reception hall. This means they must have gotten into the lantern when it was somewhere else. Then just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright? I propose that this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from.
Take that!
There it is. Please take a look at this photograph. Notice how the petals are of the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo. Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower. Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. Seems out of character for Edgeworth in court to argue that all flowers are the same. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. That part's fine. The first part, though. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. What? I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young, so I can assure you that this is very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. We've lost the plot already, but Your Honor, let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. Move on. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to after all. But maybe you should study up on them, just in case the opportunity presents itself. Shit. Marquis! What's this button do? It makes a hype train start, apparently. Thank you for 84. 7 years. You got the monkey. This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. They're very catty. It's great. The defense asserts that it's highly probable the victim was killed in the hold. If the body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason, boop, it weighed 1 kilogram. It would completely destroy the prosecution's case. Then you mean the victim's body was inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendants and her betrothed were celebrating their love. Old man Yowie. That old man Yowie. What? Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. Good thing I only have to convince his honor then. What are you talking about now? Take another look at all the evidence and you'll soon see what I mean. I wish you would just tell me already. Detective Sky, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct? Hehehe, of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, let's see what you can do. Marky. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court. What now? What bullshit did you not tell me about? The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. Time travel, bitch! Time travel's real! And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Gloomsbury was killed after the reception, and that completely contradicts your claim. I guess so. Unless... Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. I was just given it 10 minutes ago. Calm down. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics? Sure, though I must say, you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your pardon? Leave my penis out of this. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination. Very well. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright. I have money, Your Honor? Thanks, Red War Machine. Ace 3 Investigation Collections on introductory sale until the 10th. That's only 3 days from now. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. Hold it! Y'all getting paid for this? You sound pretty certain. You must have some solid grounds for making that claim, right? Of course I do. And you're going to feel silly when I show you what they are. Ready? Feast your eyes on this. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. Hold it! Any money the HC's actually Strucy's. She's bringing in the big bucks. I've read the autopsy report too, you know. Then you don't need me to explain it to you, right? How there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean. Detective Sky, I think you've overlooked something big. I have? Why don't you take another look at the evidence? But I've already looked at all the evidence, and quite carefully too, I'll have you know. Detective Sky, do not be taken in by his verbal antics. He's simply bluffing as always. Right, sir. Even when he's bluffing, though, he always gets to the truth. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. Hold it! We got time travel to the future, all to the autopsy report after it's been updated, and then retroactively put into this timeline as an updated autopsy report. It is possible the culprit did is it possible the culprit did something to obscure the real time of death? Nope, not in this case. There was no snow or anything to keep the body from decomposing. And there's no fridge on that airship big enough to fit a body into. So you've already checked into that, I see. It all comes down to the estimated time of death, doesn't it? Couldn't the killer mess with the victim's time of death by keeping the body on ice? Yeah, if they had the means to. Prosecution is treating the estimated time of death as an absolute. But is it really? Take it you don't think it is, huh, Nick? In that case, we're gonna have to find a way to convince them otherwise. Yeah, there's gotta be a way somehow. Somehow. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. But what if? But what if, unless? Perchance, what if, unless? Case 6 is that loud? No, it's actually legal. Love is in the air. The light I've given both sides of the sweetheart table. Lance in which the body was found. A note. And the on the dive here. It's found in the glass inside one of the bell. The lantern sky runs by your flower petals, note and broken parts of the lantern. Flowers not found in the reception hall. Yay. Supposed to be a great train shot. Nice. Thank you. A device that uses dry ice? Dry ice, you say? Dry, perhaps the driest of ices.
Objection!
I admit the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Finally, and that means your theory the victim was killed before the reception is still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? Yeah, dry ice would leave evidence that it was used. The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Don't think about it. Please take a look at this. I don't think that this is what happened though, but it's what we have to do. And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? A fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death? Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic. Dry ice? Yes, the super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog. I see, so your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold. Oh. In that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception. Yes. Or time travel's real, Your Honor. Either or. Why not wet ice? Order in this court. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? That the victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception? The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. Now we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. Eh? For what? I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now thanks to you, I do. What piece of evidence? To get into the hold, one needs a key card, like this one. Hold entry record. And here we have a record of those who entered the hold with such key cards. Dumas, then Pierce, then Ellen. Except it might have been Larry using Ellen's key card, right? The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. Why don't they log the time? And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant. Also, why was Pierce going there? What reason did he have to go down there? So the one who moved the body out of the hold must have been? That's right. It was none other than the defendant. Also, we already used that photo as evidence without establishing how we got this photo, which is fun. Hey, Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen's. Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety also had gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit? Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky all you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Arg. Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hull in order to dispose of it discreetly. What do you mean by discreetly? The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright. I know, I remember. For my last task, I offered to take on preparation and cleanup. I see. Chat, go to horny jail. That's the problem. They're already in there. This is horny jail. Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nevertheless, thank you for proving the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is Ellen Wyatt. Ag. Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing Defense for Dummies. Leave her out of this. Way to go, sir. You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away. I guess he had a lot of stress built up. I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time. Before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see. Mr. Wright. Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court? Yeah, why does he have to assume it'll be a bluff? Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there. I will. Well, all right then. Let's see. I love when they're all just out in the open like this. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any more bluffs? Yeah, hold on. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used her key card? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it. Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff to be true? I assure you I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what? Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen's key card. Please don't bring Larry into court. Please, please don't bring Larry to the witness stand. God, anything but the butts. You can? Remember the one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Miss Wyatt's card. It's Miles. 'Twas him. 'Twas he what did the crime. He's 34. An old friend of mine, aspiring picture book author.
Take that!
That's your witness? Are you saying that that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word about that to me. That's not surprising because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me is proof. Yep, he didn't question where that photo came from. Then was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside to the reception hall? You know as well as I that with him, anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school? When something smells, it's usually the butts. Exactly. God, that Larry, he'll pats for this. Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery. Yikes! Bailiff, seize that man. Seize him before he makes a run for it. No! Why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time. Seize the butts, grab the hams. Evan's kind of taking it in stride. It's a nice change of pace after case 5. Bailiff, whack his butts. Well, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. A face-off against Mr. Edgeworth, a harrowing tightrope walk for the defense. I'm exhausted already. Boss! Athena! I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sorta ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true, which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh? Ta-da! Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene. No! Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey you, you're not getting off that easily. Ha ha ha, they get along so well, don't they? Yeah. Reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearlie. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe, can't forget him. We had all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember? Trucy's a bit psychotic in this case. Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Gumshoe. Court should be back in session, Mr. Wright. All right, thank you. So Larry's the next witness, right? Can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Court will now reconvene. Nick, Edgy! The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Wright. Nick, how could you? I don't really think he did it, of course, but I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, if I can call you that, there's a possibility you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. Gumshoe quit the force and became a stay-at-home dad. Dad to who? Who's his kid? Nick is a jerk face. We're off to a good start. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk. How can you doubt your best bud? We've been knowing each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. That's his testimony. Gumshoe Jr. Well. Gum Sandal? No objections, Your Honor. Gum Booty? Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Gum Croc is terrible. Can any of you show me a little respect, even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would if there were any testimony to cross-examine. What am I? Nick is a jerk face. What are we supposed to get out of this? Nick?
Hold it!
What's up? Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You heartless jerk, don't you have any compassion for me? How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss White that entered the hold with that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your childhood friend? Well, technically, yes. But isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick! You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine. In that case. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over.
Hold it!
Larry, listen to me. Shut up. I'm not talking to you anymore. This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss White will be found guilty. For real? If no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. FR, no cap, my good sir. Not that I would have a problem with that myself. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall? Yeah, I never moved any bull lantern, I tell you. Bull lantern? What? Did I say something weird? You told me you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? If they would, they wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. Lanterns have sex? So how could you know that it was a bull lantern? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell there were two pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bull in the air in here. Please add the last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Anyone could tell there were two pegabulls by looking at the chapel's pamphlet.
Hold it!
Seriously, Larry? If you're hiding something, you better fess up now. I'm telling you, you don't know nothing. Why do you have to doubt me so much? Why? Because you're you, that's why. Thank you. Angie, you think Nick's being awful to me, don't you? So you tell him. Tell Nick what a big meanie he is. I would if I thought he was being one. Not you too. Why doesn't anybody ever take my side? I wish I didn't have to doubt him. But something about what he just said doesn't add up. You finally got a decent statement out of him, huh, Nick? Finally. Sure took a lot of work, though. I hope all this leads somewhere. aceattorney.jpg. Oh, you mean this pamphlet?
Objection!
That's the one you're talking about? I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a peg a cow and a peg a bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Eh? But on that day, instead of putting a peg a cow and peg a bull out for the bride and groom, there were 2 male peg-a-bulls on display. Bulls on display. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. Yet somehow you knew there were 2 peg-a-bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the peg-a-bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? Ugh. No. Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like. Wait, Nick. You don't think I'm the murderer, do you? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt and you ended up killing him? Maya, not you too. Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as it went. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception. Yeah, sure, but some of the Sprocket men caught and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. But that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Was this photo from him? No, this was from the Sprocket Manor. Never mind. He only gave us the one photo. I just needed to clarify that in my brain. Because if that was from him, I'd be like, well, obviously he was in the reception. But no. But that's when I showed you the pterodactyl. Ixnay on the aerodactyl pate, Larry? Mr. Wright, not even you would take this farce that far, would you? Too much peg male talk. We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? It's really tempting to accuse him, so I'm gonna do it. I guess I have no choice but to accuse him. Wait a minute. But if Larry didn't have any reason to kill Gloomsbury... No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. Boo. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and try to elope with her. Just because I try to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anyone either. You would never do anything like that. Nick, old buddy, old pal, I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now that we were through. Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth, understood? Please. And thank you. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. Why? Why any of this? Uh-huh. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note in it that said, exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. Uh-huh. So I decided to do Ellie a favor. So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? That means the victim really was killed before the reception. They really from the whole reception over there. Okay. Alright. Is he gonna claim that Ellie was responsible because she wrote the note? It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note's from the defendant. Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body and it's up to the reception hall because of this note. And thus he has become a suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Gulp. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy. But I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. Now, what was a note like that doing on a lantern in the first place? You've got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful.
Objection!
What a sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy, I don't believe
Objection!
it. Do you still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course, my stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly.
Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Jeez. Jeez. Figure out how deep Edgy's voice is. It's good. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern.
Hold it!
Yeah. Why didn't you tell us that sooner? Because I knew you guys were gonna be sus of me, that's why. We're sus of you now because you tried to hide it. My thoughts exactly. Well, now I've told you, happy? How about letting me go? Nope. Not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out. Bailiff, if he tries to run, whack his pee-pee. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw lantern was broken.
Hold it!
How was it broken? The lantern you swapped out was a female pegamoo. A pega cow, right? Yeah, I guess. Why'd you replace a female lantern with a male one? Because I was too busy trying to not get caught? I didn't have time to check for little details like that. Your whole plan was you did this to impress Ellen, but if you did it in secret, she would never know that it was you. And if you made a big stink about it, they would know it was you and kick you out. What was your plan? If you didn't want to get caught, you could have just left well enough alone, you know. Whatever. Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, a female lantern, there was no note that said exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen.
Hold it!
That note wasn't addressed to you, was it? Well, I guess not, but how could I let my dear sweet Ellie do all that hard physical labor on her own? It's precisely that thought process that constantly gets you into trouble, Larry. Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Hold it!
Yep. Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns. Nope, I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway. Not that time. Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time. I didn't have as much luck. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. Uh-huh. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of his important to the case? Mr. Butt's trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin. I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony.
Nothing he says is important. It's the best. I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin.
Hold it!
And that was before you moved the stuff, so you got locked up, then what happened? I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Went right back to where he got grabbed. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt. But hold on a minute. What is it, Nick? Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry's saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. That's right. Oh, wait, huh? You're right. It doesn't make much sense, does it? Why not?
Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement?
Yeah, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this. What? What does it contradict with? What? Hey, what? Before the reception began. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Pterodactyl, fine, good, excellent. When was this taken? Hit twice. Key cards use access thing. Oh, because he doesn't, wait, huh? Is that tied to this?
Take that!
Because we need to gain access to the hold, so that, okay, yeah, no, yeah, all right.
And in what sense does that piece of evidence contradict with the statement?
It doesn't contradict it at all, does it? Indeed. Oh, don't mind me, Your Honor. It looks like I just made a tiny mistake, that's all. Is that not it? Doesn't it prove that there was someone else in there? Okay.
Hold it!
What's the issue? I made the minor fucky wucky. You moved the lantern after you broke the camera. That contradicts with this. Much money if I was trying to from the hold of the reception hall before the reception again. Yeah, no penalty, which is nice, but what? What is it? I'm just completely stumped. Convenience. Yeah, that seems fine. That seems fine. I'll try ice. There's this. This is after the reception began, obviously. What's the issue? What's the issue? I have no idea. When was it put in the cabin in the first place? Before the reception. At some point. What did he say? He got locked up. I broke out. I started looking for Ellie. Wandered to the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. He's saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. Whole spins you can choose to have added? Maybe? But them stopping and then saying, hey, there's something wrong makes it seem like this is correct, but I don't know. I don't know. Do I need a nudge? I might need a nudge. I'm very confused. I also don't know how it was broken. I don't know. There's a lot I feel like I don't know, and I'm just completely on the wrong track.
Take that!
Okay, I got it right. That was more from guessing. It's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. Huh? You swapped the lanterns before the reception. You also swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. I thought he was trying to sneak into the reception hall. Not during the reception. That's why I was so confused, I guess. I don't know if it was the way he said it or just the way that I interpreted it, but okay. But if you take it to mean he snuck in during the reception and then swapped them, then yeah. Did we establish reception was having that time? That wasn't my assumption, but maybe they did say that. They're invited to another place. I guess it's confusing because reception can refer to the place and the event. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Time travel, Your Honor. Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts, I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. What? In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? I don't like where this is going. Time travel. Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Get it? No, hold on. Hold on. I tried to sneak in and I got locked up. Then I went back to the time before the reception and that's when I replaced the lantern. Okay, yeah. Alright. Yeah, alright, okay. We went back in time to before the reception, so of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why what I said makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I saw him last? Well, none of the sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? Doesn't I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing? Go on, Nick, I know you can do it. Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick. To heck with it, I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. Timey-wimey, Your Honor. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so... What? Time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began. That what? Hey, I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What? She went back, Your Honor, to play the shitty games that suck ass. What absolute rubbish. Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind? But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using that logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. Death. Investigations reference. And what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? Thank you, Sadie. Now with Time Bastards. God, a time machine? I even saw something while we were time traveling. I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Shut up, Larry. Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip? What? A pterodactyl? You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well, as I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. Oh? You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here. This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception. What? What? Larry, I can't believe you. Anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions and can find a difference, like the design of the bowl, we'll be able to prove the reception was held twice. Do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. Very well, please show the court what's different then. Spot the difference, chat. Oh. This is a different angle. This is proof positive the wedding reception was held twice. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, give me a sec. Was she holding red flowers? That's not the right photo. She was holding yellow flowers in it. In it, Gov.
Take that!
In it. Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she's holding a red bouquet. You're right. That's impossible. What does this mean? It means the defendant really did experience two wedding receptions. Kelly found the differences. That was fast. That was very fast. Also, thank you, Kelly. Where'd you get this actual photo of my wedding? Very good. Very good. No. Great. Good job. I'm mad. Kelly time traveled to make this shit post. Thank you, Kelly. She did that when she traveled back through time. What? Nick! You did it. You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true. Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. Just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. This turns every assumption we based this trial on upside down.
Objection!
The miracle doesn't happen. I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth? I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That'd never happen," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether. That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. But the proof is clearly shown in the 2 photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth, no matter how inexplicable... Fine. I'll entertain your absurd delusion, if only to demolish it before your very eyes. Wait. Let's start with this then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. There's probably more than one thing. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has even mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine is classified. That's his heart. I'm not done, you bird brain. People don't remember classified things. As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too? To pin a murder on her and get her kicked out of the family? That's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we know that a trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. No whimsy! I have read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible. Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick. Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me? The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Yes, as I've been saying forever. Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? If time travel doesn't real, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is... dramatic interpretation times the gods. It's a cruel jest by the gods, my lord. Such a mysterious phenomenon could only have been caused by the gods themselves. I suppose the gods would be able to rewind time, or make the wedding reception happen twice, wouldn't they? Indeed they would, Your Honor. In that case, Mr. Wright, please bring these gods here to testify before this court. Maya, do you think you could, little something, little hocus pocus? Not a chance. On behalf of the gods who can't be here today, please have some divine punishment. I know I was reaching with that one. I guess I better come with something more grounded next time. So the actual answer is either everyone at the reception or Gloomsbury. But it's gotta be everybody at the reception, right? Mr. Gloomsbury! And how exactly did a dead man orchestrate such an event? And more importantly, why? Well, it was to make it look like Mr. Sprocket had been successful in his research? What are you asking me for? Besides, none of the other people interviewed thought he had succeeded in accomplishing time travel. Your Honor, could we rewind time by just a teeny bit? Nope. Sorry, but no. I better think quick before I lose more time. Any more time. I can time heist whenever I want. Was everybody? We're Spartacus, Your Honor. What if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, a brilliant deduction, defense. Well, that's extremely suspicious. I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day. Then that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Okay, why is he admitting it? Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel. No, we simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. It's the other way around. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Gloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed, they needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket's way. Okay. Then who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There is just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold, it was the Vista deck. What? Then Miss Wyatt's recollection of the events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Gloomsbury is undeniable. That is quite a turn of events. Thank you for the raid, Dry Oasis. Hope you had a good stream. Why is... Huh? And so it appears we've arrived at the truth at last. Now, please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth. I bet you can't do it. I bet I can't either. Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible this third party is the true culprit.
Objection!
You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third-person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it.
Objection!
No, he's really real. Demons. But by that same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. Point at them! Yeah, you never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor. Phew, that was close. Mr. Nickety, as for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. A 2-day trial? A 2-day trial. Huh. Well. Huh. I haven't had one of those in a minute. We keep going. We do those? It's funny, I was just last stream talking about that. September 22nd, 1:48 p.m. What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception? That was and always will be the most logical answer. for what happened, yes. Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it. Wow, 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them. I have no idea. But if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up if you ask me. A ruse! Every trial is a single day. Case 3 is technically 2 different trials. You got that right. I'm sure I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back. Hey, Maya. You all set to go? Yep. Ready when you are. So, what should we start with? Let's start with reviewing what we learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually all true. So what really matters now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked. So who is this? Who is the mystery person? That's the $1,000,000 question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any sus, then figuring out who they are is key. I'll take toilets for 200 instead, Mr. Wright. Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. And we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was too, so that's good. You mean the groom? Soren, right? So we're told, and he might know something that could help us out. So then, what am I doing here? What are you doing here? I'm a very busy man, you know. Well, the other people involved are Soren's family members, so I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. If I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Oh, man. I have a really tight schedule, but oh, heck, what are friends for, right? Okay, pal, go ahead. Ask me anything. You do remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? Oh, yeah. I want to go over exactly what happened when, what happened when before I step outside this office again. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head? Yeah, if I gotta. Getting Nick's head straight. Sounds like a tall task. Okay, so the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in a cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Except for the pterodactyl. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after this first reception at around 10 p.m. Which is why the autopsy... That's why the autopsy report says 10 to 1. Because if it was like a roughly 3-hour reception. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury. Although if he was killed before it, then 10 p.m.-ish does seem right. He forced her out onto the Vista deck and was just about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. To cover it up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy's claiming anyway. Oh, I know my Ellie didn't do it. The key point is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury just before she passed out. You see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope, not a soul. Because I was locked up in a cabin at the time. But you managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope, the place was completely deserted. I guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered together somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. Maybe the pterodactyl did it. They must have gotten everything ready fast and had the second reception soon after that. Then after that second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern I'd brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. We'll just have to look into it, along with the identity of that mystery person. So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin. Do you see anything unusual while you're in there? In the cabin? Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual. So you say. Right, that drawing of that pterodactyl you saw. What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it, I swear. Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened, which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. Oh, are you doubting the eye of a super popular picture book author? No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. Updated Larry drawing report. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right, and I can say that with every confidence. Oh, wow. Would you look at the time? I better go. I have a book signing to get to. A book signing? Whose book? Whose do you think? Mine, of course. A Laurie Stoneman book signing. I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not. They're the ones coming around to beg me. Looks like I guessed right. Anyway, I have to go. What is popping out of his pipe when he gets mad? I don't think it's happening again. Looks like a ball. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, all right? 10? That's very generous of you. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. It's like maybe a very heavy bubble. Just put him down as office expenses or something. Well, see ya. Wait, Larry, we don't need... he's gone. I'll take a copy, boss. And make sure it's signed. Oh, boy. Trucy's not gonna like this office expense. She's the one bringing in all the money. There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick? Right, we should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen? Sounds good, boss. I bet I can cheer her up. I thought you were gonna help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was gonna practice her new trick on you, if I recall. Phoenix, let her come along. On me, really? Trucy shows an important source of income for our agency, you know. You could leave the case to us. You go ahead and run along now. But boss, off you go, Athena. No, I don't want to die. We better get going too, Maya. Okay. I don't need my other children. Maya's back. It's just how it feels. No new trilogy characters allowed. Why the long face, Maya? I can't believe time travel isn't real. I see. I thought I'd get to go back in time and see real dinosaurs and ninjas and stuff. Yeah, too bad, huh? Couldn't be more relieved, personally. I'm still waiting for the twist that time travel actually is real. So what should we do? Oh, I don't know. I mean, shouldn't we just keep investigating stuff or something? Just lost that spark. Ever since I proved that time traveling wasn't real in court today. Kind of feel bad. Did Apollo survive Trucy's magic axe because magic's in his blood? Yep. Oh, my poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello, Ellen. Oh, Mr. Wright, what's gonna happen with the trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. Do you think that person could be the real killer? It's quite possible. And if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now? He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening. Wow. Magic underwear. I think I'd better go have a chat with him later then. Why am I being treated to a view of someone's underwear? Mr. Wright, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Soren? Well, he is the one who masterminded the second reception after the time skip. So I thought he might be able to tell us something. How could you, Mr. Wright? You can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone. All right, just calm down. No, not if you're accusing my Soren. I'm not accusing anybody. Please put the pen and ladle down, all right? Really? Cross my heart. So for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? I better be careful not to provoke her. You good? She's good. She's good. She's strong. Stronger than you know. Could you tell me about Soren? There's nothing to tell. He's squeaky clean. All right, okay. Maybe we should avoid the topic of Soren, right? Well, let's talk about something else then. Fine, but you want to hear a peep out of me about Soren. Talk about pulling teeth. Could you tell me about Pierce Nickety then? Pierce, he came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago. A year? As the family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household. Only a year ago? Did he have some kind of special connection? I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid. It seems like a short amount of time. It might have been Soren's order, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. He's the one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have quite a bit of authority in that family. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anybody gain that much influence in a single year? I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it? Is it really as simple as that? Time travel? Very evocative of the original sprites. What you thought was time travel is really just a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. Pierce said Soren was the one who ordered the whole thing. I still can't believe it, even if the second reception was fake. Soren would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know? I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change. But isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic? I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travelers do exist. Really now? You think he knows someone who actually traveled through time? That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Soren said as much. So I believe it. Somebody would actually travel through time. Pretty hard to believe. It was Professor Layton. Thank you, Ellen. You're going out to do your investigation now, aren't you? That's right. Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, okay? I'm afraid I can't promise you that. What? Please, whatever you do, please don't upset my poor Soren any further. I'm begging you. I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble. I couldn't bear it if Soren ever came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself. Yikes. Ellen, don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Soren to worry, do you? Good job. The pet sound is very satisfying. Now! No, you're right. And the floodwaters recede once more. So what do we do now, Nick? Well, Ellen said Soren's usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring dock and figure out our next move from there? Roger, Nick. Roger. Yep. They're very fun. They definitely didn't phone it in for this DLC. September 22nd, Sprocket Park mooring dock. The dog's still there. So where should we start? Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall, Sprocket Manor. I know, we haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet. Hey, you're right. We still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? The Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right? And the lantern with the body in it was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations. Do we know how to get to the hold? Good question. I think it was labeled in the diagram of the airship in this pamphlet. It's down at the bottom. There it is. You know, I did gloss over the fact that there seems to be a second lift that goes straight from the hold to the Vista deck. Which, if that's where a helicopter's meant to land, seems like a really bad design. There it is. Them damn birds, yeah. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The birds that are weirdly louder than everything else in the game. It's good. Wow. September 22nd in the hold. So this is the hold. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. Better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb. Hey, Nick. Aren't we supposed to need a key card to get in here? Yeah, you're right. I wonder why it was unlocked. How's it going, Mr. Wright? Is the entire floor here the helipad lift? It must be. How's it going, Mr. Wright? Emma, what are you doing here? Just a little independent investigating for my own sake. Gotta keep the mind sharp. So the door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We'd like to investigate the hold ourselves. Would that be all right? Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway. Thanks. We'll just take a quick look around then. Oh, right. You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise it up to the Vista deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. If you do go up to the Vista deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off. Got it, thanks. That goes double for you, Maya. Yes, ma'am. Well, let's get the show on the road. This DLC trial benefits from being disconnected from the main story. There's no fight. Just remember that. Yeah. Any progress with your investigation? Nothing conclusive, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up, so it's hard to know who or what to believe. I know what you mean. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's gonna be a tough trial for you. You're telling me. There isn't much time left, so I've just got to make do and see what I can turn up. Flew Ray fun just to do a seance? Why not? Just have like a kiddie pool in the middle of the courtroom. So this is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive. And it's all rhythmic, like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of the Flying Chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around and around and around and around and... I think I'm starting to get dizzy. Yeah, me too. Wound and around. Ooh, look! It's an airplane! Wonder if Soren built that one too. Why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick tour around the neighborhood. And who do you propose is gonna pilot that wooden death trap? Me, of course. Who else? Don't worry. I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times. I think I'll pass. Still got my whole life ahead of me. Touch fuzzy, get dizzy. Touch dizzy, get dizzy. So there are 2 male Peggle lanterns in the reception hall. That must mean that these 2 are female Peggle lanterns. Lesbians. Larry got their sexes mixed up when he replaced the one in the reception hall, huh? Didn't he see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring if you ask me. And yet he managed not to notice. That's what makes Larry Larry. And Larry being Larry's wife, I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime. This too is Yuri. Oh, Mr. Wright. You know that lantern the victim was found inside of in the reception hall? Just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it. Oh, okay. We'll stop by for a look too, once you're done fixing it. That should prove interesting. What about the bell? What's that, a wedding bell? According to the pamphlet, it's used on the Vista deck during wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds. I guess they disassemble and store it away here in the hold when it's not being used. That seems like a lot of work. Oh, it's a cake! A cake! It's so big, they wouldn't miss one little piece, would they? If you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out. You mean it's not real? Sure fooled me. I was so ready to have some that I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick, let's go get some. Maybe after the trial's over. The button, the flowers. Phoenix is a magnet for adopted daughters, 100%. These are the flowers we saw in Larry's photo. The petals make them look like little gears. Also, it seems like Shu Takumi and his ilk just seem to gravitate towards vaguely incompetent but sometimes competent male protagonist and female sidekick that sasses the fuck out of them constantly, which is a good dynamic, to be fair. And they've done different twists on that, but they just kind of keep moving towards it. Just Katamariing up orphans. The perfect flower for the Sprocket family, huh? Maybe they're gonna shower the couple with the petals. You mean kind of like how people throw rice or confetti? Yeah, I like that. Only these were found at the scene of a murder. How dare you imply Apollo is not also Phoenix's adopted daughter? These must be the dishes and glasses they use for receptions. Very fancy. I bet we'd be in big trouble if we broke any of them. Oh, I want to see, Nick. You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them. Nick, you think I'm gonna break them, don't you? Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case. I'm not defending you. If that comes up in a trial. Whoop. Huh? It looks like there's some fingerprints on this candelabra. Yeah, I just got done dusting that. I was able to pull a set of left-hand prints. Do you know whose prints they are? Yep. The prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Nick, I just figured out something amazing. You did? Get this. If the fingerprints on this candelabra are from his left hand, then Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed. What do you think of that? Do I have the makings of a great detective or what? You're a real silly Sally if you thought that deduction was in any way encyclopedic. Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. I looked into myself and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed. That's actually important. I got it right, awesome. Good for you, Maya. Good for you, that's all you got to say? I think you did a real good job. Way to go. One can never have too much info. Now you're talking. But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took of the hold, is it? That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? The candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that then. Or it was up on the deck and was brought down. It's possible. It's still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. I better add it to the evidence file just in case. Yeah, you know why that's important? You can have this fingerprint powder if you like. Thanks. You know why that's important? Because the goddamn note that was attributed to Gloomsbury was clearly written with the right hand. As we deduced. This is right-handed. And he's left-handed. That's important. You can have this fingerprint powder. You giving this to us? Sure. I have 4 other sets. Thanks. I feel like there's something more to the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. What am I supposed to... Can I dust it for more prints? Why is she giving that to me? Deuced. We can maybe go upstairs? Okay. It's evidence. Oh, look, there's the lever the lift Emma told us about. Let's try going up on it. I'll go flip the switch. Here goes nothing. Wait, I'm not even on it yet. Uh-huh. Hey, Maya, stop the lift. Whoops, sorry, I got a little carried away. I'm glad I saved it for last. Never mind that, move over. Okay. Is that blued? Blued? Let me see. Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's? Well, this lift goes up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so I think that's the most logical conclusion. But I thought the victim was clubbed to death and that there wasn't much blood. Something tells me I better take a picture of this. I like how this means it could have been from down here or up above. Like, we don't know. That's fun. A blood stain that was found on the side of the lift in the hold. Unknown whose blood it is. I should ask Emma about it some more later. Maya, can you bring the lift back down now? You got it. I'll go flip the switch again. Big ol' OSHA pit down there. All right. That's where we keep all the dead bodies that keep the ship floating. Done. I want to find out some more about that bloodstain, but for now, I guess we should go up to the Vista deck and take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves. The view must be great from up there. I bet it'll be awesome. It would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder. Okay, to the Vista deck we go. Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick. I know. Also, is there just a big pit? Away we go. Vista deck just have a giant hole in it? Yeah, looks like it. Good design. A Dark Souls pit. Look at the gorgeous view. So this is where Ellen was attacked and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed. One wrong step and it's cursed splat on the ground below. Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge? I don't see much of anything over there. Police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so maybe we don't need to? Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you? Of course not. Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold. Really? We're just immediately leave? Okay. Just going, yep, that's what it is. Goodbye. I get it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Great. Is there anything else? Nope, we got it. Do you get it? I get it. The candelabra. Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more? A little more. What do you... Oops. What happened? I almost dropped the candelabra and the candle slipped off. Huh? Let's be careful with that. It might be important evidence. Huh? Wait a minute. Now what? One of the pins that hold the candles is broken. Right? There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra. What makes you say that? Call it forensic investigator's intuition? We already dusted this for prints earlier, so let's test it with luminol this time. Knowing Emma should use every test she has at the same time if she could. Just hang on, this will only take a sec. I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Did someone get stabbed with the candelabra? Well, Emma, did you find anything? Take a look at this, Mr. Wright. God. What's all that blood doing on there? Huh. Ow. Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for the reception. These pins are pretty sharp. But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some force involved. Do you think maybe somebody got stabbed? But nobody reported anything like that. It's quite a bit of blood. Wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. About the candelabra? About this blood? Emma, about this blood stain. Doesn't something about it strike you as odd? What's so odd about the victim's blood? That's not exactly. There's just something about it that bothers me. Now that you mention it, I can't say I necessarily disagree with you. Maybe I should talk about this some more with her. The blood stain. It's Larry's. Try the gray stuff, it's delicious because it's brains. Pretty serious one of someone other than the victim? Yep. Someone else has been proper stabbed. About this bloodstain. What about it? There's something about it that's been bothering me. Oh yeah? What's that? Well, there's a huge bloodstain on the crime scene lift and a bloodstained candelabra. Now this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. Different source. The same. Now I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. I guess that is a possibility. Can we compare the two bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time? Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiff. And a jiffy. It is just a pit. And the results are in. I mean, this entire airship was designed by Soren, who is 24 years old. Now, 24 is not a child, but to design an entire airship seems a bit young. And the results are in. That didn't take long now, did it? It'll be done in a yiff. It seems that the blood from the lift and candelabra are from the same person. Okay. We don't know who. Mm-hmm. Same age as Apollo. And how would you get on an airship that Apollo had designed? Yes. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood. But if this isn't Mr. Gloomsbury's blood, well, this is just a guess, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed someone with the candelabra pin? That would explain both the huge blood stain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Oh my goodness, if that's true, then that means that there was someone else present at the scene of the murder. It does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about a third person. Emma, could you have this blood analyzed? Sure thing. A mysterious blood stain on a candelabra with the victim's prints on it. This just might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. Next up, reception hall. Might be worth taking another look around. Reception hall, the forensics team is in there investigating right now. Oh, they are? Well, we don't have time to just sit around. Let's go check out something else. We could go question some people, especially Soren. Quite a few questions for that guy. Sounds good. Off to do some legwork then? Yep. I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters. He was accompanying the police on their investigation here earlier, but he's probably home by now. Great, thanks. Later, Emma. It's nice to have someone from the police force who's nice and respectful and helpful. Even when she's being mildly antagonistic and helping the prosecution, like, it's in a fun way. It's not, like, even Gumshoe would be like, sorry, pal, I can't tell you. Which is, like, endearing, but still, like, meh. Still can't get over how gorgeous Sprocket Manor is. Just don't touch anything. I wasn't gonna. She was definitely gonna. I was told I had guests. There he is. Thank you for seeing us, Soren. We know you're busy. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the case, if you wouldn't mind. Also, I met her mood then for. Yep. Soren. You're Ellen's lawyer, right? Huh? Yes, that's right. Don't tell me he doesn't remember me. Does he also have prosopagnosia? Will Ellen be found guilty? We're doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here investigating. Will you please tell us what you know? Soren? Alright, fine. What was that pause all about? Goron music. It's missing beefier drums and like a, ooh. It was you. It was you who gave the order for that large-scale cover-up plan, isn't that right? What's a large-scale cover-up? Don't play dumb with us. You held 2 wedding receptions in order to try and cover up Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Ellen thought that, through the power of the timekeeper you built, she traveled back in time. So that's why there were 2 receptions. He didn't... No one told him, and he went... Wait, does he seriously not know why the reception was held twice? Sounds like... Looks like I'll have to delve deeper here. So the cover-up scheme, that fake trip through time, you're not the one who was behind it all? Pierce Nickety stated in court that you were the one who ordered it to be carried out. Pierce said that? I see. I leave him in charge of everything around me, so whatever he decides is in essence my decision too. So I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up. That's none of your business. I think it is. But you were in 2 wedding receptions in a row, and still you claim to know nothing. I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave. But, Soren! And eat it. Ah, you have to dodge that, Phoenix. You can see it coming from a mile away. There's something written on the paper airplane. Let's see. Go away. Doesn't get clearer than that, huh? He's looking especially uncooperative, but maybe I can grab his attention somehow. There's still that one piece of evidence I don't know much about. One piece! It's worth a try. One piece. What piece? His sister, maybe? That seems fucked up and manipulative. Sis. I'm sure your sister would want the truth of this case to be known. How rude. Is intruding on the private lives of others a part of your job as a lawyer? I apologize. I guess showing him the picture of his sister wasn't a good idea. Oh. Well, now I feel bad. What evidence would shake him? How about a pterodactyl? You think that's pretty cool? Maybe not. Alright, I already showed him this and he didn't get anything out of him. What are you showing me that for? Can't read him at all. Not with an I'm as low to sentiments as this. That's the same. What would get his attention? I already showed him this too. Yeah, he doesn't care. So, I mean, something I've gotten that's newer? I don't think he would care about the candelabra. Now I'm just guessing. I don't know. I don't think he would care about this. Does he care about this? I guess he cares. I don't see why. Okay, well. Oh my god, the lead. Where'd that extra lead came from? It's a very good bet, though, having the lead fall out. That's... Soren, what is it? Nothing. Why did his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? He's gone pale as a ghost, too. And then he faded away like a ghost. Soren? Nick, look at his stomach. He's bleeding. Soren's collapsed. He was the one who... What? Huh? Master Soren, get him to the hospital quickly now. Huh? What? It's the last person I was expecting. Poor Soren, that must be one serious wound. What is it, Nick? Well, when I showed him the candelabra, his whole demeanor changed. I was just thinking that maybe his injury is... What's this? It's Soren's notebook. He must have dropped it in the rush to get him to the hospital. Oh, his notebook, huh? I wonder what's written in it, don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek. Soren's notebook. What to do, what to do. You gotta respect him. And that's why I'm saving the game. Don't look. I really don't think we should. But it might have some really, really, really important information in it. Yes, that's quite possible, but still. Well, I guess it is for Ellen's sake at the end of the day. I feel guilty snooping around somebody's personal notebook, but maybe we should take a little look-see. It's because Maya's here. She's a bad influence. It's filled with big words written in tiny letters. I guess he uses this notebook to write down his invention ideas. Huh? What is it? Did you find something? After March 8th of last year, the content of this notebook changes dramatically. Like how? Well, ever since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life, as in every. I have a theory already. Is it a stupid theory? Because it's gotta be a stupid theory. Maybe decide to start keeping a diary. But this is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary. Either he's really compulsive, or maybe just plain forgetful. Is it really as simple as that? It's as dumb as a box of hair. I feel like something happened on March 8th that made Soren change. Well, why don't you let me take a look at that and I'll tell you. Hey, Maya, let go or we'll rip it. Eep! He was swapped with a clone. Now look what you did. You dropped it. You should have just let me take a look. How is this my fault? Oh no, Nick. It fell in that pool of Soren's blood. God. I can't read a thing on these 2 pages now. Uh-oh, you're gonna get it now. I guess it really is my fault. Let's just put it away carefully for now. We can't let anything else happen to it, you hear? Oh my god. Oh my god. The most contrived ass bullshit. Hey, look, there's something sticking out of the notebook. It looks like a newspaper article. Let's see. It's about the car accident Soren's sister died in. It happened on March 8th. Whoa. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh, well. What else does it say? It says the driver at the time of the accident was... Carmine Accidente. Dumas Gloomsbury. It says Soren was in the car too and that he had sustained severe injuries, just like Pierce said. And it's May, right? No, it's September. It's September and what's his name? I'm forgetting everything about the case. Not Dumas. Pierce Nickety. Pierce started working with them about a year ago. So this was like a year and a half ago, give or take. And then sometime after that, this guy just shows up out of the blue. Me when I'm stupid as fuck and also sad dumbass Gloomsbury. Don't be a dumbass Gloomsbury. They're always 6 months ago. Soren completely changed after that fact. Was this 6 months ago as in earlier this year? I thought it was further back than that. Maybe not. They don't do years in this game, so... So Gloomsbury was driving the car when they got into that accidente. That opens up the distinct possibility of Soren holding a grudge against Gloomsbury. You think Soren could have? I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. Though he doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel. I hate that when I dumbass Gloomsbury. Me when I'm at dumbass. I'm at the combination dumbass Gloomsbury. Sure, Pierce is around here somewhere. Ah, Mr. Wright and Miss Fay. There he is. Hello, Pierce. We're just looking for you. I'm sorry for Master Soren's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies. It's totally understandable, really. But shouldn't you be at his side right now? It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I'm in constant contact with them. I look forward to us pressing him on the witness stand, and then his little robot friend is going to go into attack mode and shoot little laser beams out of its eyeballs. Do not forget to give him his pain medication and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also see to it that he's not up and about. He needs complete bed rest. Is this what happens when you're too rich for normal peasant phones? I must return to Master Soren now, but did you want something of me? Actually, here's Soren's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed. Hope Pierce doesn't notice the bloodstain. Twinkatron 3000? Oh, thank you very much. I will see to it personally that Master Soren gets it back. Thank you. Notebook given to Pierce. I trust you did not look inside. Oh, of course not. All right, Maya. Because it is filled with numerous patent-worthy ideas, you see. Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions about the case? It's dripping with blood and has our fingerprints all over it. As I said, I must be getting back to Master Soren. Thank you for the hydrate. I also must stay hydrated. If you could make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it. First of all, look at that dog. What the dog doing? It's like the talk square is putting the dog on a leash. It's good. Hey, what's up? I'd like to ask you about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind. I told everything there is to tell in court already. Disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job. Sounds like a lovely job description. I have nothing more to say on the matter. I will say I do not think it's wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed. Right. The accidente. Pierce, could you tell us more about this accident? Where did you find that? And did I not already tell you that about that accident? Yeah, it's fine. You conveniently left out one crucial detail. That dumbass Gloomsbury was driving the car at the time. His tie is clock handles? Yeah, I just thought he had two ties. To represent his two dads. Did I not mention that? I suppose it's simply I did not come up then. If Mr. Gloomsbury caused the accident, why didn't the Sprocket family fire him? Wouldn't that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake? A blunder? Do not misunderstand. Gloomsbury stayed on with the family. He is a clock. On Master Soren's request. Right? That is the type of person Master Soren is. But not when it comes to his future wife. Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Selena's kind nature. I hope he's evil. Good news. He's definitely up to something. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moments, she thought of Master Soren. Not only did Soren not hold a grudge against Gloomsbury, he insisted on keeping him on. Now, I really don't understand how that guy's mind works. Cloud Strife-ass shoulder cosplay? Yeah. So you were present for Selena Sprocket's last moments. In my professional capacity. Okay. So, he joined a year ago, and then in the previous year's May, earlier this year, was the car accident. It was May or was it March? I already forgot. March! All the M months. In March, car accidenti, and now it is September. So that's why he's been... So he was around before that happened. Okay. In my professional capacity, the accident happened on the way to a certain party. And what kind of party was it? One of those weird rich people parties? It was Miss Selena's engagement party. Oh. Gloomsbury's injuries were minor, but Miss Selena's and Miss Master Soren's were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital. Wow, now such a terrible thing happened on what was to be a day of celebration. It's like poetry. Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Soren pulled through. But Miss Selena, she... said. The last words Miss Selena said to me were... Please help Soren. Ever since then, I've attended Master Soren and tried to help him in any way I can. I see. Selena's fiancé must have been devastated. Indeed. The shock of losing Miss Selena was so great, he quit being a surgeon. He was a surgeon? Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both? Was he? Yes, he was Miss Selena's fiancé. What a terrible tragedy. How awful. So where's her fiancé now? Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself. So Selena had a fiancé. I'd like to find out more about him, but I doubt I'll find him anytime soon. I thought I was gonna say you're looking at him or something stupid like that. So are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going. Could you please just tell me a little more about Soren? The doctor was his mother. There's nothing more to tell. I can't seem to get any real answers out of him just by asking him questions. There is that piece of evidence I still don't know much about. Maybe he'll be able to tell me something about it. Is it the goddamn candelabra? Pierce? Have you ever seen this candelabra before? His name is Pierce, isn't it? As in, stab. No, I don't know anything about it. Oh, shit. Ah, nuts. Oh, balls. Oh, nuts and balls. Oh, a cacophony of nuts and balls. My Magatama reacted. Pierce must be trying to hide something. I have to break those Cyclocks and find out what. And then they jarringly go away. Go! Only 3. Only 3. I'm okay with only 3.
What's your secret, Pierce? You're hiding something from me about this candelabra, aren't you? Aren't you?
It is one of the candelabras from the Flying Chapel, is it not? Is there something special about it? Actually, yes, there's some blood on it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're gonna unlock the Tumblr sexy man. Unlock him, like, as a fighter. Soren has a rather nasty wound on his body, doesn't he? Yes, Master Soren is indeed injured. Are any of the other people involved with this case injured? Not as far as I know. I see. Then let me ask you this, Pierce. Do you suppose Soren could have been more directly involved in your letting on? What in the world would make you think that? Well, I got my reasons. Mr. Gloomsbury's fingerprints were found on this candelabra's stem, which leads me to believe that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed Soren with it. You cannot possibly think Master Soren is the one responsible for the murder. I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment, but I do think he had a motive. This proves he had a motive to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. Yeah.
Take that!
Yeah. Even though it was an accidente, Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Soren's sister away. Stop just pulling out your little handkerchief nonsense. Let us suppose that Gloomsbury did stab Master Soren with the candelabra. Can you prove that he had anything to do with this case? It had anything to do with the case? He might have been stabbed at some other location for some other reason. Sorry, but I can prove it was related to this case. Oh, really? Soren stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected, and are they now? This is the piece of evidence.
Take that!
Because it's the same blood. A blood stain was found on the side of the lift that goes between the hold and the Vista deck. Its blood matches the blood that's on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can assure you this information is correct. Get got. This blood stain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows us that the murder was in the reception hall. Soren was there during the crime. Gloomsbury wasn't there. Soren's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Was at the scene of the crime. Wasn't he? You're very astute, Mr. Wright. It appears I cannot hide this from you any longer. Thank you. Very well. I will tell you everything. That is the calmest final Cyclock explosion I've ever seen. It's normally much more of a, how did you, kaboom. And then they're like, okay, I'll tell you. Instead of him being completely in control and saying, all right, I'll tell you. And then it explodes. That's unsettling as fuck. Let's go. Could you tell me about Soren's injury? Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmise, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. Why? It happened after the first wedding reception. Why? Yeah. There he is. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. Uh-huh. He's gonna get you. This is me to chat, regardless of what you've said or what you've done. Yeah. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Get got. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. They were in the reception hall and Gloomsbury suddenly appeared and he attacked her. He went to stop and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. Okay. That doesn't seem like it makes sense to me. Even though Master Soren was badly injured, he went after Gloomsbury. Soren really was at the scene of the murder, wasn't he? That is correct. However, by the time Master Soren arrived at the scene, he'd already been murdered. Spears is saying Soren was at the crime scene, but he didn't have anything to do with the murder itself. Even still, why did you try to keep such an important piece of information from me? I'm very sorry. Master Soren's injury and Gloomsbury's murder were not directly related, so I decided not to mention it so as to not unnecessarily complicate the investigation. Yeah, you're right. Cool. Now then, I am sorry, but I am afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me. Thank you for your time. Goodbye. The map in the background. What, you mean the pterodactyl? Pierce should have just told us everything in the first place and saved us all a lot of time. I guess it isn't that simple for him. He is the family butler, after all. Shouldn't make our job any easier, though, did he? At least we learned something new. Soren was at the scene of the crime. That's true. One step forward is better than none. So what next, Nick? Let's see. The forensics team might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Let's go check it out. Sounds like a plan. So if the Sprocket Park map there was banged up and taped all back together, I was just thinking for a thought, like, because it's affixed to the ground, would it have to physically be there with that outside? But if it was broken, they could have moved that part of it anywhere. It's fine. I'm the butler, sir. I buttle. You what? Get them birds away. Looks like the police are done with their investigation in here. Wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now. Hi, Mr. Wright. Would it be alright if we investigate in this room now? Sure, the police are all done, so go for it. Remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfection. I have to say, it's some of my best work. Sounds like the repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, we'll take a good look at it too. I have to be getting back to the station. Try not to mess up the crime scene if you can help it. Well, be careful. I'll be seeing you. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Well, shall we get started? Maya leans against something and immediately breaks it. Where's the thing she fixed? Oh. You know I want to start with that. Here's the broken lantern all patched up. And I do mean patched. Wait, but they put the thing on the wrong side. It's supposed to be the bronzish looking one of the handles that goes on the outside. Ho ho, Emma, you made a blunder. Emma said this was some of her best work, so I know she put a lot of effort into it. Wow, looks like ass. That's not her fault. It was pretty smashed up. It must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. She gets an A for effort at any rate. That made us some finger problems. She just, you know, you can only use your pinky. It's delicate. Huh? The wheel handle on the back has some blood on it. Huh? Looks like somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Maybe the blood got there when the killer was putting old Doom and Gloom's body inside. They've got it all wrong, chat. How do I reach through the screen? Do you see anything else worth noting? Oh, there's another one of those lanterns over there. It might be a good idea to really compare the two later. Excuse me, is the fog machine ready to use now? No, I'm afraid not. We only put dry ice in it when there's an actual reception. I see, that's too bad. She still wants to blast me with a cloud of smoke, doesn't she? Fog machines are fun to use. I just noticed the little valve on the flower vases. That's very cute. A model airplane. And a propeller lends the room an old-timey feel. Good. Now, let's just focus on what's new. Or rather, what's old. Flowers vented. Logos vented. This is the unbroken peggable lantern. And this is the one that Emma restored. I wouldn't say they look exactly the same, more they're made up of the same parts. Wait a minute. What is it, Maya? I think there's something off about this peggable. Just about everything about it looks off to me. Now, I'm not quite sure what it is, but some detail isn't quite right. Show me the restored lantern again. Yeah, that one? Uh-huh. Hey, I know. It's this, right? Well, where? The thing about a restored lantern that's off is the shape of the horns. The angle of the wings. The color of the wheel handle. I'm glad we're doing this now instead of in court. It's a different color altogether. It's a different color. The stupid bit from Airplane. It's a different... well, I forgot what the exact line is. Is it? It's a different color altogether? Whatever. Whatever it is. Emma got the inside and outside wheel handle switched around. All together now. You're right. And there's blood here on this handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Right. Which means the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern. Which was the thought I had when I first saw the body, but we're finally here. That's good. Do you think the blood got there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern? It's hard to say at this point. Did they not test the blood on the body's hand? Because that seems like a huge oversight. That's it. It's an entirely different kind of flying altogether. It's an entirely different kind of flying. Something shiny! This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. Guess it's in police custody now. What's this? A key? Let's ask the maid about it. Good idea. She might be able to tell something. Excuse me, could I ask you a question? Of course. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about this key? It's the key that starts up the timekeeper. A startup key? That's right. Oh, the first startup of love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What was each of their thingo? What exactly did that entail? Oh, it's a ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. I suppose it was kind of like a cake-cutting ceremony. And what are these symbols of their love you mentioned? Well, that's kind of an industry secret, so I can't really say. Uh-huh. I'm sorry, I better be getting back to my work. Looks like there's an order from above not to talk about it. I suppose. Hey. Something, I suppose. I think that tablecloth is new. They must have changed it since yesterday. How can you tell? Because the food stains that were there are now gone. I should have known it's because it's food related. It's another beautiful day outside, isn't it? Yeah, if only it wasn't the scene of a murder, we could really enjoy it. True. It must be tough for the maids to have to work on a beautiful day like today. Oh, we don't mind. Well, I didn't think you could hear me way over here. We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we're wiping away all of the sadness stuck to this airship. Wow, talk about devoted. I guess we've checked out everything of interest in this area. Okay. Any ideas? Thanks, hydrate. Hope we get another rhythm heaven. Yeah. Switch 2, now with mouse controls. I don't know, I really wonder about that Pierce. I know what you mean. He seems to have a lot of power over everybody and everything, doesn't he? Actually, what I was really wondering about is that shoulder mech of his. I mean, it's pretty amazing how many things that tiny little contraption can do. What if that mech is actually Pierce's true control center, like his brain? Maya? And what if, somewhere in Sprocket Manor, he has another shiny golden body? And then, during emergencies, he can switch bodies and become Super Pierce Nickety. This is what I get for trying to have a serious conversation with the super geek. Damn. What to do? That's his weak point! I bet all Ellen wants to do is start her happy new life with Soren. Yeah, I bet you're right. But do you think the truth will really set her free? All you can do is do your job to the best of your ability. And if we can bring Ellen joy that way, all the better, right? Maya. Either way, I think true happiness can only be found in the truth. What are you looking at me like that for? I was just thinking about how wise that sounded. Looks like our little Maya's growing up. Would you knock it off? I'm trying to be serious here. Sorry. So is there more on this side? More on this side? Ma'am? What do you know about the events of the night before last? Take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes. So, shall we open up and see? Please don't open that. It's the emergency escape hatch. It leads directly outside. You'll fall to your death. Whew. That was a close one, huh, Maya? I'll say. So that's also important? We'll be having to fight Pierce's super form in court, Nick. Well, I think we've checked out everything relevant to this case. What are you two doing here? What are you doing here? Soren, shouldn't you be resting in bed? You're injured. How do you know about that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook. What's the matter with him? My notebook. I have to have... Master Soren? Master Soren, I told you to stay in bed. My notebook. Here you go. Yes, this is it. So Soren gets emotionally unstable without that notebook of his. I mean... yeah, I get it. Phew. Looks like he's calmed down now. Soren, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I cannot allow you to do that. What if his wound were to open up again? He needs to rest. I guess you're right. Now, if you'll excuse us. Master Soren, let us retire. All right. Goodbye. There they go. Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any condition to be questioned. Well, let's go back to the agency and sort through what we've learned. Let's go. No noticing the blood. Yeah, nah, don't worry about it. We're back. Anybody here? If it's genuinely something as stupid and as simple as he has amnesia from the accident, and so he writes things down, memento style, in order to remember what happened, and what we covered up with blood on that page is gonna be something important, and we'll use that to prove he doesn't remember something important. I don't know. We're back. Anybody here? You think he's mementoed? Hi, boss. Athena, I thought you were with Trucy. I guess you could say that I'm taking a short break. 51st dates? Enough about me. 51st mementos. What about the investigation? You find out anything? Turns out the third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Soren Sprocket. What, really? I always thought he seemed sus. Thing is, by the time Soren got to the Vista deck, the murder had already occurred, apparently. No way, I don't buy that. Not for a second. It's a cover-up, I tell ya. That's certainly a possibility. And as a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility I have to pursue. But what? It's your job, right? So pursue the heck out of it. Just do it. Yeah, but is that really what's best for Ellen? Soren could be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow. But if we don't pursue this possibility, Ellen could be found guilty instead. Oh man, either way, it sure doesn't spell it happily ever after for the two of them. So what are you gonna do, Mr. Wright? I can't let an innocent person get convicted, so I guess all I can really do is pursue the truth. Even if it ends up devastating Ellen. What a tough call to make. Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial that will save their marriage. It's possible, I hope so. Well, Maya, let's go. Break the news to Ellen, you mean? Yeah. Mr. Wright, please take me with you. I bet I could help you counsel Ellen through this piece of bad news. Athena, I appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be? Do I? Athena, what are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Come on now, let's get back to practicing. No, wait. My body can't take it anymore. Boss, you gotta help me. A lawyer always keeps their promises, Athena. But boss! If you bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm going to use a real blade on you. Phoenix, please talk her down. Eek! Phoenix, please? Sorry, Athena, but somebody's got to do it. Better you than me. Hang in there, kiddo. Well, okay. Come on, Maya. We better get going. I swear to God. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. If I had it, it's gone. I don't think I had it at all in the first place, though. Hello, Ellen. How did your investigation go, Mr. Wright? So good. So good. Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Soren with you when Mr. Gloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall? I'm sorry I kept it from you. Everybody in this case, I was afraid that he'd come under suspicion if I told you. So I kept quiet about it. I'm sorry. I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Ellen, I'm afraid I had to make a very difficult decision based on what I found out. What kind of decision? This is hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Soren. In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to propose the possibility that Soren is the true culprit. No! Soren is innocent! No! But don't you see, if I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you'll be found guilty. No! No! Please, Ellen, calm down. Soren just can't be found guilty. I'd much rather be found guilty instead. Ellen, you can't let yourself think like that. But, no! Marriage is for life, right? Do you really think you can run away from the truth and still be truly happy with him? You're not married, so how could you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work. But, Nick, you talk to her. Hey, don't just dump this all on me. If only we had someone who was an expert in human psychology with us, but no. Mr. Wright, I'm innocent and Soren is too. So please, prove our innocence in court. I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in court tomorrow. Yeesh. An emotional woman in the courtroom, yowza, the judge will have no end to that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat. What time is it? Fuck. Chat. I don't know. I don't. Unless it's like a really short trial. I don't know if I have it in me to finish right now. I think it might have to say. It's not like it's super late or anything, but it's late enough that I'm like, I don't know how much is left, but I get the feeling that there's gonna be more than just like, let's tie it up with a button, and it's gonna be like an 8-hour stream, and I'll be like, I'm so brain dead. Yeah, next time, alright. But in me. Short stream Sunday. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe it's not that much left, but I'd rather enjoy it than feel like I am a husk and I'm just mashing buttons now. When is it ever a quick ace attorney? There's no such thing. Minimum running time? I mean, give or take. We're before the 5-hour mark, which is technically a shorter stream for me. But I'd rather pace it out well than just end at a very random point when things are really ramping up. I can't look at Dirk. I can't look at Dirk. Anyway, thanks. Finish into Balatro. Yeah. Case 4 was one stream. It's true. I did. Maybe 50. Maybe. We'll see. In all likelihood, I'll just be done with the game. I'll be like, I need to not. I need to not. These. I enjoy this. These games take. These streams take a lot out of me. I'm just a mess. In many ways at the end. Let's do a short one. I earned it, right? More like the hurt. Because he hurt my feelings. We're gonna wrap it up here, but thanks so much. I'm enjoying this case a lot. It is such a breath of fresh air after case 5's shenanigans. It's not a simple case, but you know, it's just like more self-contained, I guess. Feels more classic Ace Attorney. It's a good time. Get my voice break. Yeah, exactly. Be good. Thanks so much. We'll finish this next time. Maybe see you then. Hope to. If not, you know, whatever. Have a good one. Oswald, thanks for the bits. Pixel, thank you for the bits. The pipe worked. I'm back. 5 Leisure with the hammy. Thank you. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. If I have to begrudgingly say something nice about Larry, he's still an artist like Maya's mom helped him become. So hey, he's stuck with that. And he has gotten better. Significantly better. So yeah, we could give him that. Flutter Ninja Sucks, thanks for 5.5 years. Hope you're enjoying Ace Attorney 6. I have plenty of problems with it, but I know many people like it. Now I must return to the VODs. Thank you. Smashman, thanks for 69 bits. I literally just got here with no context. I'm assuming Larry is into this Ellen lady, and judging by the first few seconds I've seen of her, I can already tell she's perfect for Larry. She's too good for him, but otherwise you're right. Maria, thanks for the raid. Zul, thanks for 50 bits. It's a trilogy nostalgia case. Feels a bit dismissive though to have Trucy wrangle Athena out of the way, and also imply that Clavier and Black Quill are scared babies. You could also just take it to mean that they were busy, and of the prosecutors that were free, none of them would take it. That's easier to justify than like those prosecutors we know being like, no, I don't want to. You could raid Dodger. She stopped streaming 4 hours ago but forgot to stop OBS, so it's kind of an offline raid. I'll take a look at who's streaming, maybe. Mr. Rex, thanks for 400 bits. That's really funny, though. This is the first time Phoenix, Maya, and Edgeworth have all been their respective jobs at the same time since Turnabout Samurai. Jolly Rogers, thanks for 64 months. Maria, thanks for the raid. The raid, as well as the hammy. Pixel, thanks for 100 bits. When the monster renders in low poly mode. Atlas Neko, thanks for 16 months. Stod with 100 bits. OxyB, 30 months. Pterodactyls. Marquis, thanks for 84 months at a tier 2. Red War Machine, thanks for 23. Investigations is on sale till the 10th. I might have to look at it. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Trucy's especially psychotic in this case. True. Sadie, 68 months and a tier 2. Now with Time Bastards. Dry Assist, thanks for the raid. And VS Varnus, thanks for the dollar redo. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. We're going to finish this next time. Next time, Gadget. There's a lot of people streaming right now. Oh, there is Dodger. I'm gonna open up her stream. Yeah, no, that is tempting. I'm not going to. We're gonna raid Nicole. Nicole is playing Faz with Bath. I've been hearing Bath yelling in the other room. And it feels like it's been a minute since we've raided Nicole. I don't know. It's fine. It would be funny. I'm not denying it. It's a real. If you want to go to her Twitch is Dex Bonus. If you didn't know, so go to Twitch.tv/Dex Bonus and hang out with the online offline chat. It's just watching. But yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining me. We're almost done, and then we'll do like investigations and/or Great Ace Attorney. We're not even close to being done. We're almost done with the sextology though. So do a shout out for the alt raid. Yeah, we can shout out Dodger. I mean, you should go follow Dodger anyway if you're not. It's just funny. She just says OBS running. The what? You know, it's like a trilogy. But there's 6 of them. And sometimes they say the word cock in it. It's good. I don't know what a raid message is. Anybody have any ideas? Because of the shout out I just did, I can't see when the raid's gonna go. I should click the other thing. There we go. We still got time. She has good emotes. It's true. Very good emotes. They did what? In case what? Pegable? Does she have sub number? She must. Let me check. Yep, she does. Go ahead and sub Domberate into Nicole. That sounds like a great time. That's a great idea. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. Have a good one. I'll be back next time. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, Waaahhh Watchers. I hope you enjoyed Spirit of Justice. We got one more to go. Maybe see you then. Hope to see you then. Or not. You know, it's up to you. It's fine. Goodbye.
Get out of here. Get out of my chat. Go watch Nicole or Dodger. Stop it.